Thank you all so much for giving Malaya, and thanks to the management and staff of the Liberia Broadcasting System. We'd like to appreciate Fanima Recording Broadcasting Corporation, KMTV, Fabric 101.1, Liberty Radio, Radio per ticket 100.9 is in Bond County, SAM TV is carrying on live, Power TV and Radio also carrying on live, WOW TV, Hot TV, LMTV, MCC TV, and the rest of all of that were across the globe. I'd like now to invite the presiding officer, the Deputy Minister of Press and Public Affairs, Honorable Eugene Lamy Fagon, who will officially introduce to the Liberian people and members of the press our guest for today's press briefing. I'm humble, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and good morning to the peace-loving people of this country out there in Radio Land. Today's press briefing will be addressed by the Honorable Samuel D. Tuet Jr., Minister of Finance and Development Planning, and Chair of the Technical Economic Management Team, along with Honorable Nathaniel Petrie, Governor Petrie III, Executive Governor, Central Bank of Liberia, and co-chair of the Technical Economic Management Team. Both Honorable Tuet and Honorable Petrie, along with members of the Technical Economic Management Team, will brief members of the press and the Liberian people on a wide range of economic issues affecting the country. And this will include special emphasis on the just ended spring meetings held in Washington, D.C. by the World Bank and the IMF, and indeed, the TEMT, which is the Technical Economic Management Team, will also address some economic measures that are now being put in place to bring relief to the Liberian people. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, without much ado, I will introduce the chairman of the Technical Economic Management Team, who will then proceed to introduce members of his team. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I present to you the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Samuel D. Tuet, alias Big Deal.
Thank you. The important Eugene Fagon. It's great to be back here after some time. I don't remember when last I was here. So it's always great to see all of you, the journalists. And it's great to interact with the Liberian people on the bread and butter issues that matter to our people. So today is not really a press conference. It's not really a press briefing. It's actually a conversation around the economy and a dialogue with the Technical Economic Management Team, members of the media, members of the public. We look forward to engaging in this conversation to provide, clarity, information, education, and a broad direction of where the President of the Republic of Liberia is taking the economy on recent developments. So we hope to cover a wide range of issues. I will begin by introducing, I think they'll probably introduce themselves. Obviously, the governor of the central bank. The governor serves as the co-chair of the economic management team. We have the economic advisor, Mr. Charles Bright. Remember, you have the Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority, who's also a member. We have the Managing Director of the National Port Authority, Mr. Bill Twelly. We have the Deputy Minister of Commerce, who's representing Professor Wilson Tucker, who's not able to be here today. The Minister of Health is here. The Minister of Health will actually address a lot of issues regarding some of the approaches we're taking with health financing and delivery. Actually, there is a forum today. She's invited the controllers and all the finance officers from different counties. After here, we're going there to the Minister of Health to talk about issues around health. We have the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs and Minister of Finance. We have technicians at the Central Bank. Of course, we have the President of the Liberia Bankers Association here. One of the important individuals in this room here today, representing the banking sector, which is a critical sector of some of the issues we're talking about here today. So you have the opportunity to also take the stand. So what you're going to have is, and you have Deputy Governor, Mr. Munir Shepley, for the Central Bank. So the presentation is going to be a form where different stakeholders in the government are going to be addressing different issues. So again, as I said, it's a dialogue with the Technical Economic Management team. We'll do a broad presentation, and then we open up for questions from the public and all of that. So hope we're all set for this. Yeah. So I'll begin by running through the whole workhouse here. Number one, we provide some updates from the recent spring meetings. We just returned from springs, the World Bank IMF spring meetings. We'll provide an update on the national budget process. We'll explain the recent executive order signed by the president, what that order means, clarify all issues surrounding the executive order. We'll provide a small update on investment, opportunities that we've already finalized, ones we're working on. We'll provide an update on the business climate, which is quite challenged, and the work we've been doing, the government has been doing on the business climate. And as I said earlier, the Minister of Health will talk a little bit on the health just briefly before we go to the other program administrator. And one of the major things, this is last, but it's probably the most important reason we're gathering here today, which is the update on the whole exchange rate and inflation management. So we intend to do a rough shot on the earlier ones and spend more time on the last item here, which is the whole context of inflation, of exchange stability, the measures. This is where I want us to focus as a country on the solutions and the paths we're addressing and the involvement of all Liberians in this solution. All right, so we'll spend a good time on this last aspect. So I'll begin with providing updates from the spring meetings. The three objectives we aim to pursue at the just ended spring meetings. One was to commence engagement with the International Monetary Fund on a fund-supported program, okay? One clarification is that there's nothing like an IMF program. It's a country program that is supported by the International Monetary Fund. So countries and the fund agree on a set of policy measures that they pursue together, usually macroeconomic reforms, which sometimes can require very, very tough discipline. It means that the government has to take some tough decisions on spending controls, and then the fund can agree to support. The last IMF program ended in November 2017. When the president took office, we began on Article 4 consultations, but we didn't make the decision to go into a formal program. We're now making that decision to go into a formal program, and so we're locked into conversations with the International Monetary Fund. So we expect that, we're working to ensure that a program mission comes here by hopefully end June. So we're working to ensure that the program takes effect before the new budget year. This is a lot of work. Ministry of Finance folks, central bank folks are putting a lot of data together to ensure this happens. The broad outlines of a program would be that significant fiscal adjustment. So what this means is that our budget process has been such a way that the revenue that we collect and the expenditure we do every budget year are misaligned. So in other words, our spending is a little bit higher than what our true revenue potential is. So that means that will lead to deficit financing, borrowing. So we are working to see how we bring down that expenditure in line with what the true revenue potential is. At some point, I thought the presentation was here, but it seems like we're talking about. We're talking about what revenue true potential is. We're sure you'll give you a picture on what the country's true revenue potential has been in the last 6 years. So you establish and get a sense of what we have done as a country, especially from a standpoint of domestic revenue. When we say revenue, we really want to mean the tax revenue and the non-tax, the fees and other things that we collect. We're not putting grants there, right? So that line, we want to, so the program is that where this is our revenue, our expenditure should be near that line. So if our expenditure is actually here, then even before we even start the budget, we're already facing a mismatch. So the fiscal adjustment will be like bringing that down. Some of it will be in the form of expenditure rationalizations. We're doing a payroll harmonization exercise. This is a payroll harmonization. All of our development partners in the last 7 years have complained we have not been able to get a handle on our wage structure. Okay, our wage structure. So what we want to do now in this budget year is to make sense out of that and ensure that we have a fully rationalized wage regime where where that is logical. The CSA, Ministry of Finance, and other entities of government are working on that now. So those will be the, and then the other part of it is a real clearance. One of the reasons why the economy is in a crunch is because the government owes banks, for example, that it cannot pay. So in the logic of economics, there's a circular flow of funds. Government borrow money from banks, government guarantee 65 million, 80 million. The hope is that government will pay these people, these banks, who will then go ahead and lend the money back into the economy. When government breaks that cycle and say we're not able to commit because government doesn't have the money, then of course the banks themselves will say we don't have money to lend to agriculture, and if we don't lend to agriculture, credit goes down and then things slow down. So we're discussing with the fund that arrears clearance should be a part of this package so we can do a one-off injection. So imagine if the government is able to pump 60 million to banks, to all of the vendors that owe, there will be some life. So this is part of the conversation that we are having. That's on the IMF front. And the other big part is that most of the loans that we took in the last 10 years, concessional loans. So concessional loan means the cheap loans, which are good. So a cheap loan is an interest rate of 0.5%. Then the country has the time, like 20, 30 years to pay forever. So it's very good, low pressure. But a lot of those loans, the principal payment, we have not been making payment on the loans for the last 5 years. We are now about to start making payment. So all of the payments that we're about to make are coming due in a year. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the budget. We are discussing also with the fund that, look, here we are, took around $1 billion of loan, maybe $600 to do agriculture, but we really don't see the impact of that on the economy today. So if we have to start servicing that, we're worried that we need to put more time to expand the economy to invest, but we're also going to be servicing loans. So this is all part of the conversation that we're having to say, how do we spur agriculture growth, knowing that the pressure is coming, all right, from previous loans that were acquired. So that's in the conversation. 2, the World Bank. The discussion with the World Bank focused on infrastructure financing for the president's road agenda. One of the key items in this whole road financing is the road fund. You all are familiar with the road fund. We're collecting few levies from the petroleum importers. The idea is that the government will establish this fund, will manage this fund, so that we can use it to bring private money in. This thing is that private people will look at the fund and say, okay, if I invested in the Liberia Road Fund, the government of Liberia is able to pay me back because I see that they are collecting certain amount from petroleum importers every year. So I know if I'm an investor that I'm not going to face a problem to pay for the government to pay me back because of that form of payment. So that's a guarantee for the road fund. So the World Bank wants to work with the country and other development partners to use this road fund to scale up investment in the road sector. It is this road fund that's going to do the Ganta, Tapeta Road. We're going to fund this road money. Private people are bringing around 60 million. The bank is mobilizing some 40 million, so we get around 100 million. But if we do well on that, we were informed by the World Bank, 2 Vice President Hafez and Micat Diop. Now look, everybody's excited about Liberia's road fund now. So you are on the stage. You have to make sure that the board, everybody pay attention. Let this fund perform. There's no limit to the resources you can craft. So they all are champions of the road, and we are committed. We express the President's commitment to ensure that the fund is viable and remains viable. So that was a good part of the conversation we had there with the World Bank. The other part of the conversation we began here and we continue there is that the World Bank funding cycle, they call it IDA 18, is coming to an end, and there are some resources that we have to exhaust so that we go to IDA 19. So there have been some money provided by the bank to do more in education, 50 million. There's 26 million we're doing with the Public Financial Management Project. They call it IPFRM. It has a funny acronym. But we've been working with the Swedish government through SIDA and the Swedish Embassy here, the European Union and the World Bank on designing this program so that it really solves the public financial management problem. This is the second phase of the program. Since I became finance minister, we've been working on it. We got the program to a point now where we have divided the reform coordination unit, which is to do policy reform, and the project implementation unit. And I think a mission Deputy Minister Flomo is in Ghana to finalize terms. We are preparing to take this to board, so 26 million there. There's also 30 million for water and sanitation. You know, the water pipe is in danger now. The pipe we've been running off. So half of that, we're told that it's going to go out. So this project is going to do half. And then we're going to find additional money to do the second half. We have to safeguard water. So to provide new pipes. They're not patching anymore. So the World Bank provided an additional 20 million. So these monies, all of these monies have to be exhausted before June. So we're working to show that once we do that in the IDA cycle, we want to ensure that our IDA 18 gets big money for the president's coastal highway. So we're programming resources, but we have some commitments to meet. So we're all working. The Minister of Education is working very hard to ensure that the education component is done. The Liberia Water Sewer people are working hard. The public financial management people are working hard. The social protection people are working so that we do all of these disbursements. So those are the discussions we had with the World Bank. Then the second part of the discussion was with the Millennium Challenge Corporation. You know, MCC is paying for the management contractors at LEC. So when we came, there's already a management contractor. They're called ESBI. They're from Ireland. They are managing LEC, and that's a model. So the government signed a compact with the Millennium Challenge that says that the government will do certain things at certain time for the Millennium Challenge to continue to support. So we call those things conditions precedent. If you meet this obligation, you get this additional support. One of the obligations is that the government must always pay LEC bill on time. So when we took over, we inherited, I mean, the first day I became finance minister, they brought a bill of, I don't know, 6 million to me. I'm like, are you kidding me, guys? The president didn't even sit down here, how will we find 6 million to pay? So we inherited debt, but the president, to his goodwill and his support for the compact, mobilized some 9 million last year to pay LEC. Okay, so we show our commitment to the compact and all of that. I think in quite recent months there have been small shock to that payment, and so there have been some concerns that okay, so the government is falling behind the LEC payment. So what we said, look, the economy is facing some challenges. We put 9 million in LEC. What we want to do now is to look at LEC in a holistic framework. So the conversation was around that, and I'm happy to say that the authorities at the Millennium Challenge assured the government that look, we are here, don't see us just as the compact. We're not here just concerned only about the MCC compact. So I don't want you to get that impression. We are here to help Liberia transform, and the compact is a way. So if there are challenges that the government have, we will sit down with the government and resolve those challenges. That is the spirit that we left that meeting with, and we're very heartened by that approach. So the approach is that whatever payment plan the government makes to LEC, the government and LEC are working first of all to ensure that the monthly bills we pay are realistic. What we've seen, the analysis so far showing that government is paying too much, and then this may be because of power theft and all kinds of things. All right? So we're going to go on a big power theft campaign, beginning with the government ministries. All government ministries are going to launch it to ensure the true cost that the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice should be paying. We won't determine that true cost along with LEC. LEC is doing all of that. So that then the bill that we should pay, normally we're talking about 420,000, we have reason to believe that we should be paying far less than that. So those are the numbers that we'll lock those numbers in and ensure that we are paying our bills on time. Today, I don't think we owe LEC. We've already paid the last amount. We've committed that we're going to be on time with our LEC bill. So this is a big conversation. This is important because the MCC is now trying to say we'll find more money for LEC. We all agree that LEC needs more money now. So we are going to a point where LEC is doing a plan. I think they've completed that plan. They will submit it. The government will find additional resources. MCC is committed to finding resources. We'll reach out to other partners so we can turn LEC around for good. LEC is important for our next conversation because of prices. One of the reasons why prices are high is also the cost that businesses are running. So if we have cheap power, today power is 35 cents per kilowatt hour, 33 cents per kilowatt hour. We made some improvement from 55, we're now to 33, but it's still high. The CLSG line that is coming by end of December will give us a chance to bring cheap power in to Liberia, into here, for people can start paying 14 cents. Now, if firms start paying 14 cents per kilowatt hour, you can see that that pass-through should be felt by consumers. So LEC is a big part of the economic transformation, and that's why we have those important conversations with the MCC. The update on the national budget. So the most significant macroeconomic indicator, macroeconomic framework we can have is the national budget. The country's national budget sends a headline on anything. It says, this is how the country is disciplined. This is how the country looks a priority. So when we release our budget, there are multiple ways, there are many ways you can look at the country just through the budget, the way we spend our money. So let me report first that we're not going to be able to meet the budget summation deadline that we met last year because we're doing significant work on the budget. The president is sending a letter to the speaker and to extend that to May 31st to give us an additional month so we can situate the budget in a way that we send the best picture, the best headline of the government of Liberia from a public financial management standpoint. So those are the important work that is happening that will cause a delay in the submission. We will delay the submission, but we'll meet the June 30th deadline because significant work is ongoing from the information I have already. Okay. Okay. One of the things I forgot to talk about in LEC side is the power theft. To be honest with you, power theft is serious, and we need to do more on power theft. The government is going to launch a serious campaign coming soon on the power theft situation. We already have a bill that is going to criminalize people, criminalize power theft, so that when you're caught for stealing electricity, it's not a judge is not just going to say you can go. No, it's going to be a serious crime because this is serious. All right. So let me make that point. Others would have to talk on it later on. All right. So that's a big part of wage harmonization. The whole government expenses. Think about travel, for example. When you look at the travel numbers, the way we are paying for our tickets. I was just having a conversation with one of our development partners this morning on that. They all agree that something has to happen. We want to protect our airline industry and our ticket people who are supplying the government. Let's get that clear. But the government is paying sometimes 3 times, 2 times more than the cost of a plane ticket. So what regime do we derive so that if a ticket is 1,500, we're not paying 3,500 or 4,000 in the government for that ticket? So there is a premium in which that will cover the cost of the people who are serving, because we have to protect that side of the economy, but we all have to agree on the rationalized structure. That conversation is also happening in terms of the way we want to move the budget. A big part of this is revenue, and the LRA is here. He'll talk about the revenue numbers. As I said, I thought we had it on the. You will comment on it later in terms of the measures. But when you look at the curve, you see this is revenue plotting all the way through from since 2005. You can see we've done a good work as a country on revenue growth. Look at the green line that's keep growing. But you see from 2013 it plateaued here, and ever since that time it's kind of remained flat. So in other words, our domestic resource mobilization is doing well. Revenue from a domestic point, but there is a higher level that we can go, and the commissioner will talk about that higher level that we're planning on. All of this is going to the cabinet. The president is calling a cabinet next week to look at all of these measures and stuff like that. Okay, investment update. Let me see. Okay, so there's a lot of talk about investment in the country. Let me say this. Investment today is a product of efforts yesterday. Investment tomorrow is a product of efforts today. So that's how the economy is structured. So in other words, the economy that will happen 4 years from today will depend on the policy decisions that are in place today. Okay? So we want to do everything possible. The government is doing everything possible to attract investors in the economy. We all have a responsibility to make sure. The business climate is a big part of that. Let me say that. Investors go online, they check the doing business indicator, they check the rule of law indicator, they check all of these indicators, and they see where countries are ranked. So one of the things that the president has asked is that we need to improve our business climate. He set up a business climate working group to ensure that we bring investors to the country, that investors have the confidence that when cases are taken to court, that they are resolved quickly. Today, the data shows that we are spending a lot of time in cases. That's a drag. So there is a big work that we have to do on the judicial sector. A report on the business climate has been prepared. CEDA, as a development partner, has agreed to work through the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank to support investment climate reforms, okay? So that we can remove all of the things that are holding people down, so we get competitive on our business climate. We made some gains so far. I think we've reduced the days businesses can take the register from 18. I mean, we have to verify it. I'm told it's dropped from 18 to around 5 or 6. We are validating this because the new number is there. I'm saying this with caution so that when the result comes out so where's the business registry man? He is on the line here because when that number is not really 5, he's in trouble. Don't tell him now. Because he moved it from 18 to 5. I've been assured that it's now 5 days businesses are taking. He's somewhere hearing me. We're verifying that it's 5 days. What the World Bank will do and go. If they find that it's not 5 days, I can tell you that he's in trouble because that information I've already put out. So whatever they're doing over there, they need to do it very fast. We made some gains, but the full report will come out and we'll see that, and then we'll work with the IFC to fund a secretariat that is going to be around to ensure that a total transformation of the business climate. Judges, for example, need vehicles, and they'd like to hear this one. The Chief Justice is happy this morning. Our judges need support so that they are able to move fast. We are requiring them to move fast, but sometimes the resources is not there. So what we're saying now, going to this new budget, if the number of days in a court is 1,000, we expect that to drop to 200, but we also expect as a government to ensure that the judicial sector gets the support to bring that fast. So that means the digitization of, at the last forum I was hearing people are still using 1960 typewriter. I'm like, no, let's give them more computers, let's train them, let's give them more courthouses, more space, more technology so that cases. Another challenge is on the civil law procedure. I understand some work was done. All of this is going to be part of the IFC business climate support. So you're going to see, so in other words, we have to change our business climate so that we can then get the traction that we need. We also have to put a good image of our country out there, all right? Our good image, our country out there. You imagine, I was at the spring meetings and I was talking with senior vice president and said, look, Mr. Minister, some of the headlines that we see sometimes, we're not saying the headlines are true or they are false. But the very fact that a headline that is not true is out there is not good for the country. And so this is the audience that I want to talk to about that when it comes to investment. You are the guys who are writing the stories. This is your country, okay? We can decide to play politics. Will always be played. We've been playing politics since 1847. Let's face it. Liberia has been a very political society since 1847. It will still be. I don't care what you do. There will be politics. If this country turns into New York City, there will still be politics. In New York, there is politics. Who told you there's not politics in New York? There is politics in Washington, D.C. As developed as America is, there is politics. So in other words, there is no end to politics. You turn the country into heaven, the politician will say there is a higher heaven. Yeah, so that one is clear. We know that. But there is a limit as Liberians, because when we all work together and raise the social and economic premium of our country, we all serve well. We can all play politics in that higher level. So the first challenge is that all of us as government officials, as civil servants, as media people, we need to put in a good word for our country. We're not saying promote the government. We're saying let the journalism be balanced so that when somebody sees it, we see some objectivity and we see that the government is challenging this area and they're bringing it, but we don't just see. So I got the impression that there's too much negativity out there, and we need to work on that. It's not, so in other words, we all as a country, as Liberians, need to do well for our investment, because that's what people are reading. So having said all of those things, let me provide some summary things on to date where we are. I think to date we have around 350 million investments already concluded in the country, and these have significant job implications. We're working on incentives of around 44 million, These are ones that I recall. There are lots of things that are happening in the pipeline. We know ArcelorMittal is planning a phase 2 that will move them from 5 million metric ton to 10 million. Now, the revenue thing I showed you is you saw a drop in revenue is because of the iron ore situation. When iron ore price collapsed, our revenue suffered. So if we get metal steel back, definitely we can recover some of that. So Zali Mining, Naron Israel, and there are other investment opportunities that we're also pursuing. The idea is that we're also working with previous investments that haven't materialized. For example, all of the agricultural concessions. We gave them land, but they could not access the land. And many of them have been saying, so what the government has been doing through the National Bureau of Concessions, the NIC, and others who are involved in that sector, is to start working on how we get land to these people now, how we even prevent people from invading their property. Let's say that. These people planted, and we have situations where our own people go and take their plantation and turn it into something else. That is not good, because what happens is that when an investor is in a country, other investors are calling them to ask, what is the situation with your investment? Have you gotten the land that you were supposed to get? If the story is that no, we have not gotten the land in the last 5, in the last 10 years, what do you think, what message do you think that's sent to the new man who can't get land? You say, if you've been there for 5 years, you don't get a land. What chance I will get a land? So one of the things we want to do is to resolve all of those concessional issues. That's Golden Beryllium, that's Sami Darby, that's who are the other people? Maryland Oil, all the things to work under the new land law now. The land authority is moving it out into what the government is going to fund that project. We're looking for support from partners as well, so we can go and execute the new law now that we have passed the law. So those are the things that would then create confidence. So that when somebody called Sami Darby, and I was glad that Sami Darby reported, and we told them, Sami Darby, I got to come to the public and say it. In a meeting, they said, look, we are very confident now that the steps the government is taking to protect our asset. And we are glad that the working group is trying to give us land. This is the message we want to send to our headquarters. When they receive that message, you can show they'll put a good word in for the country. So the point is that investment depends on a whole lot of things. It's not just something to say because somebody is in power, you wave a wand, all of a sudden, growth happens. So we are working on the business climate. We have to take care of the investors that are here and not subject them to politics because they are talking to other investors who want to come. APM Terminal, let me tell you, APM Terminal is an investment. Some people put 100, we can all disagree and agree on how much, whether the contract, but at the end of the day, APM Terminal is talking to investors on the globe about how the government is interacting with them. So we need to pay attention to the investors because they can put a good word for us out there to get more investors in the country. So we all have responsibilities there. Where am I now? Okay, good. So we've talked about that. I think here I will invite the Commissioner General of the LRA, who will talk a little bit on some of the revenue measures. Because let me say, we can do all the cutting we want. The path ahead is the path of revenue. He will explain more on the line that we've seen in the last 5 years. Domestic revenue is doing very well, but there's an okay, no, okay. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, so you will come later on to talk about that. I will invite the governor later on. The reason, you see, we got the governor of the CBL to a point to the last.
In support with my technicians, the Commissioner of Custom, Commissioner Samoa, and the Commissioner of Domestic Tax. Like I said, the chair is quite correct when he says that revenue is quite crucial to where we are. The reality is we will have to do all of the rationalizations that we have, but for us to grow as a country, to develop, the issue of revenue mobilization is crucial. The trend over the last, say from budget year 05 to 06, you will see that we were at, in 05, we were doing like 86 million. And then we started to climb. when we got to 11-12, we hit 400 million. And then we started to grow, but you realize that we have hovered along that line for a long period. We seem not to be moving beyond 4 or 5. We are just going towards 4, going towards 5 and dropping. There's a fluctuation, but there's a steady growth along those lines. Now, if we are talking about transformation and addressing some of the pro-poor situation our country faced, lifting people up, from poverty, ensuring that we'll have better roads, education, healthcare system, then it means we have to do something about revenue mobilization. And I have said to the minister and our colleagues, and I think the minister agrees to some extent, that this cannot be a 500 million economy. I'm not convinced, and many of us should not be convinced. From what we're seeing, there are strong possibilities that we can change the narrative. But to change the narrative, it means we'll have to do some strategic intervention. So what the LRA has already done, we've crafted the domestic resource mobilization strategy, which of course is going to be the blueprint that we're going to use for the transformation of our whole revenue system and to grow our revenue. And the good thing is, the domestic resource mobilization strategy comes when we have already completed the PADP. So you see, for us to fund the PADP, it means we have the strategy that is going to ensure that we fund the PADP. Now, what does it take to ensure that we actualize all of what our strategy indicates? 2 strands. One is internal. Internal means that there will be some transformative things that will have to happen with regards to the way the LRA operates. In our current state, we have to engage with taxpayers who are indeed our customers. What kind of relationship do we have? Do you have to go through a process where to pay your taxes there's no ease of payment? Do you have to go and stand into our halls, and maybe you are abroad and you want to pay on your real estate, you have property here? What's the process? We want to make that process transformative. We're in the digital age. We think that people do not have to go to the LRA to go pay their taxes. That process should be seamless. Because they say time than money, right? The money you have to pay for transaction costs will also affect our whole revenue process. And you could say, the process is just so hard, I will sleep and I'm going today. But we want for you to wake up, go to your cell phone and be able to do those transactions. So we call that digitization. So a lot of our processes we intend to digitize. Some of these things we have started. So in terms of what we are talking, we are not saying we are going to do, we have started. Say for instance, we intend to ensure that if you have your custom or declaration, you've done all the declaration, you should be able to pay. We're working with the MBA, with Commerce, to ensure that we can do 24-hour transaction. There should be nothing should hold you back from paying besides you. Say the issue of on the domestic taxes with large taxpayers, we've already instituted a process of e-filing. So that is automated, that's happening. Even right now, you can pay some of your taxes using mobile money. You just have to dial *144 for Orange, *156 for Lone Star, and the menu will come and you will pay. We are talking to all the banks. We are very proactive about this. We are talking to all the banks, those who have gateways that will allow us to allow this to happen. The central bank is also intervening in a big way in this, and they will speak to some of the processes that they will put in so that we can integrate all of this. This has to happen. Let me say, most of the things we are talking about, we're not saying we will work on it. In Liberia for a long time, everything we will work on it. We are saying these are things that has to happen. So imagine that it will happen. On the other front, the issue of customs. We understand that you know, people will have to do the custom transaction as fast as possible. But we also want to be able to clear bureaucratic red tape in that. So for the custom, for instance, we now have what we call the Central Assessment Unit, the CAU. Nowadays, our custom people, in the process of doing a declaration, you're not interacting with anybody. It's automated. Brokers will have to now log in. When they log in, they send it to a specialized unit in the LRA. They process all your things, and then you get an alert for you to pay. Now, there are possibilities that if there's a delay, it may not be because of the LRA. It could be because of the brokers or other transactional bottlenecks, but it may not necessarily be because of the LRA. I'm not also saying there aren't reasons why it will also emanate from us. But we are saying that some of these automation should be leading to efficiency. If you engage your broker, make sure that you engage your broker well, because it's possible if you have the money to pay, all of that transaction can be done in close to 2 days. Very possible. Now, the other area we will obviously have to engage on is the issue of real estate. We all have homes in this country, but yet we do not want to pay. You know, the new wave that we are going on with regards to domestic resource mobilization, we have to be clear. When we say domestic resource mobilization, we are talking about taking away all our external assistance donation. We are talking about what we can collect as a people to ensure our own transformation. So that domestic resource strategy is about what we can collect. And I can tell you, most of us are just not paying our taxes. And if you do not pay your taxes, you cannot expect transformation. Well, I mean, that's a fact. You go to the US, you see how serious people are about paying the taxes. Taxes build countries. If Liberia should transform, it's the taxes we pay. We know that whatever tax you pay, whether it's $25, it fills pocket, and it's possible it can be transformative. So the issue of real estate, right now we are doing a real estate assessment, because some of the things you will say, oh, maybe the LRA, they're not working, but we want to be able to ensure that when we start to deal with some of these things, y'all will not say we wish hunting y'all. We don't want anybody to say we wish hunting. So we're now doing an exercise in Synco. From JFK all the way to the executive mansion, all the houses there, we're doing reassessment of all those houses. And I can tell you that we are finding some very interesting things that will cause us to take the appropriate actions. People are honor declaring, people honor assessing. There's no way houses on Payne Avenue, for instance, can be 50,000, 26,000, not possible. Those kind of things will have to change it. Families, well, I mean, if you're in a position and you decide to build 5 houses, 10 houses, well, I mean, that's your business. It's not your business. The day you can't afford to pay, start thinking now that you need to sell some of those houses, because we're not compromised paying government taxes. There's something that in the law that says that if you don't pay, we can sell the house, take out government money, give you a difference. We'll act on that. So be aware. And because of that, we are going to demarcate Liberia in ways that LRA people will reach you. We'll demarcate the way that LRA people will reach you. But also there's a tranquilizing way we want to go about this. In fact, we've said now that in the LRA, we're going to call enforcers, and we're just discussing, we're going to change, we don't want to have enforcers, we want to have relationship officers, so that they come and they engage you. But you know, the same way, the Machiavellian thing, they say you should be a lion and a what? A fox, right? The same man that is building relationship with you, that the same man will enforce against you. Hi, you're really nice, right? Yeah, so we have to be serious about it. And I can tell you, well, I mean, I don't have to say something. It's not possible for anybody to bribe me. So if that one your mind that, you know, when the people go to you, I will take out the phone, I will call CG now, you'll be wasting your time. So let the message go clear. the issue of where we are and our transformation is about revenue. And to collect the revenue will not compromise. There are some people in the country also who are involved in smuggling. You hear people say, oh, you know, we can use Guinea, the car coming from Guinea cheap. People are involved in smuggling. We'll deal with it. You will not see us coming, but we'll deal with smuggling. If you're involved in smuggling, we're saying you should stop. And smuggling is not only through the border, it's also about people smuggling gold, diamond, you know, through the airport, through the something. If you're in that business, you should stop. In fact, I can tell you now, we're on your cases already. So if you're doing it, try to regularize your situation and pay. LRA will be vigilant about that. You know, when you hear about the IRS in America, we're going to create the IRS here. That if you don't pay, you know you'll get problem. Tax evasion. But I mean, all of that are tax evasion. People are doing a lot of things. You open your business, you're doing serious business, you're not registered, you don't want to pay, we'll find a way, we'll put mechanism to deal with that. The other issue is, we as a country, we also give people duty-free and exemptions. We do not expect that duty-free and exemptions should be abused. We'll put in place a duty-free task force. Whether you're a representative, you're a government official, or your government entity will give you duty-free, we'll follow up to see whether that duty-free is being used as per the law. So be aware, in the coming month also, we'll put a duty-free task force. You say your thing, we sign it, we approve it, we'll follow it to see whether it's being used for the right purpose. We'll not allow duty-free to be abused, because the study we've done with regards to duty-free, it's almost around a lot, well, I mean, it's a lot of money we are losing on duty-free. So we have to make sure that that is possible. Now, let me end by saying that in terms of our relationship building and information sharing, our people, with the collaboration of different entities, Ministry of Information, the media, right? We will all have to do this full relationship building process together. We expect that you in the media will be our partners. You know, there are sometimes people say lack of information is no excuse. But also sometimes, though lack of information is no excuse, we do not give information. So we also have to do as much as possible to bring our people up to speed with all the intricacies and complexities of tax paying. If you have not heard it or you have not learned it, we'll do as much as possible. So in fact, one of the good news is at the LRA, for capacity building purpose, for ourselves and for people who engage with us, we are working on a tax institute. We want to open a tax academy here, because capacity building is important. We have to stop thinking, say that you have to go to Ghana, you have to go to Kenya to go learn, you know, taxation. We have to do it here. The few people that can travel, what about the few people that are here? Those people need to, the kind of capacity building that is required. Media people, let me end with y'all. Y'all got to pay your taxes. We'll come and we'll visit y'all. But the visit we'll have with y'all will be about all the media people being tax compliant, bringing y'all up to speed. When we come to visit y'all, we're not witch hunting nobody. Newspaper, you got newspaper, you got radio station, you got whatever you have. LRA people would, y'all know Kaina and the other people will come and see y'all and make sure that while you're talking, all the things you're talking, you are also tax compliant. Well, I mean, we're not witch hunting anybody. I think there's an announcement on the radio now that says that all government officials, appointed government officials, as of the 31st of May, they should be compliant with the real estate payment. The president may not pronounce. If you're not compliant, we'll send your name to the president. And I can tell you, we'll use all the powers we have. Though for the judiciary, the legislature, we may not, but we'll send. If it means we'll publish, we'll do publication But tax business will not be play business in Liberia anymore. We all take pay from taxes, and we have an obligation and commitment to pay. So if you're a public official and you're not paid, you have to pay your taxes on whatever property you have by May 31st. We're talking about last year because you say, oh, you got June. As of July, then we'll start talking about why you pay the following year. And the reason why we're setting this premise is because tomorrow we'll jump behind y'all, y'all say, well, y'all said not pay. Y'all got the point, right? The point is, and the president is committed to this. He said that in a cabinet meeting that we will be tax compliant and then we'll go after the rest of the people too. So nobody, there will be a balanced engagement around this. Mr. Chair, I think I've said enough. Sure. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. So we have a fair picture that the fiscal adjustment is not going to be just about cutting. It has to be about growing revenue and moving us to the next level. That's why we've done what we've done. Now, let's come to one of the major reasons why we're here, to set the economy in context today. As seen on the pressure on the revenue position from commodity prices, the last 5 years we've had some shocks. And so significant United States dollars have left the economy. When two money coexisting side by side, US dollar, Liberian dollar here, and when this goes down, you can clearly see what happens here. My hand is down here, the US dollar is here. The Liberian dollar is here. So this is what the economists will call overvaluation. The real solution to this is to produce US dollar, meaning to export cocoa more, and we'll talk a little more about that after the inflation discussion on agriculture. Export commodities and earn foreign exchange so you can restore that. The US dollar that have left the economy cannot easily come back because a lot of it was not tied to our core economy. Other people were spending money in our economy because they were taking care of peace, they have left. We can't bring them back here to carry us back up, no. Commodity prices used to be here, iron ore, $180, it is now $65. That's a significant loss. Same thing with rubber. Rubber farmers are all struggling. The FBI man here, just the other day, we worked together for something for our rubber farmers. So that is because the good news now is that we're looking like rubber prices, right? The rubber farmers to rubber prices going up small, even iron ore looking like coming up. But you see, we don't want to tie the economy to again saying when iron ore price come up, then we'll be happy. That's not the structure that we want, because that's the economy we have. The work that we have to do is to turn that so that the day iron ore price come up is a bonus, but we're not living on that price. This is called economic diversification or structural transformation. For that to happen, there is a lot of work. It can happen in 6 months. It can happen in 3 months. It can happen in 1 year. So, since we know that takes time, what remedy do we have to solve this overvaluation where we know we don't have the ability to earn Liberian US dollar today, but we have our Liberian dollar with us? That we can't say let's cut the Liberian dollar because the US dollar cut. Somebody told me that thing a lot. They said, oh, but Minister, why since the US dollar came down, why you can't just cut the Liberian dollar too so you can have a new adjustment? That would be, that's some form of contracting to, but that's not where we want to go. There are instruments on the book that we have begun applying that we want to talk about, okay? So, there are monetary instruments, and let's say this, for monetary, the core function of a central bank is to contain inflation. Let's get it clear. To fight inflation, along with the support of the fiscal authority, central banks around the world have that mandate, whether the Federal Reserve, to bring inflation down. But for that to happen, for that monetary instrument to work, you know what needs to happen? I know you know. Most of the money has to be where? In the banks. If most of the money not in the bank, you can effect monetary policy. It is a toothless bulldog. A back 4 day, nobody will hear it. So the major outcome I want you to take away from this presentation on inflation is that we all have a responsibility to bring money back. in the bank. How we do so, what instrument we're using, what instrument we plan to use is the subject of the next discussion. I will now take this opportunity to invite the governor of the central bank, who will then talk about some of the monetary options. I will come back to talk about fiscal options, and then we'll deep dive into this whole inflation situation. Thank you.
First, let me say thanks to the press for being here and the Ministry of Information. It's my first time coming to a press conference here, and I hope it's not the last. There's your two ministers of government here, the Commissioner of Liberia Revenue Authority, the President of the Banker Association, John Davis, are in the audience. Before we go specifically to what I am here for, let me give you an insight into what we do at the central bank. Just an insight. Then we'll go into specifics that I will give to you, that will enable you to ask logical questions, to enable you receive logical answers. The question that filters around Barovia and the rest of our 14 sub-political division is, what is Liberia exchange rate policy? Do you have an exchange rate policy? Got your national currency fluctuating, going up, coming down. Do you have a policy? Then the follow-up question to that, how much can and should monetary policy guard against exchange rate volatility? That's the follow-up question to that. Now your answer is that there is an acceptance that exchange rate flexibility is an important mechanism that can act as a buffer against all external shocks that we receive. Minister of Finance pointed out that there are a lot of external shocks that play a role in the economy, just like our domestic shocks that also play a role in the economy. And the adjustment property of flexible exchange rate has now been accepted in Africa and other emerging markets. It provides a mechanism that allows market to adjust. Volatility is another issue, often driven by other things that come into play, often by herdge-like behavior that is indisciplined by the market actors. There are a lot of players in the market. We got the Forest Bureau, we got the commercial banks, we also have vendors that apply the street. There are a lot of players in the market. And these players are involved with a lot of indisciplined activities that bothers not only the Central Bank of Liberia, but the government of the Republic of Liberia. Indiscipline by market actors. It occurs when market actors are doing things that are not supportive of stability in the market. In this case, few actors benefit. Volatility is often driven by factors that do not bode well for stability in the market. In this case, we allow the exchange rate to move whenever it is driven by supply and demand for foreign exchange in the market, but minimize excess volatility. What we're saying here is that there will always be movement in the market. We don't expect prices to come down and stay down forever. You don't expect prices to go up and stay up forever, like how it is. What goes up comes down. So we're expecting it to come down. But for prices to come down, we have to put programs in place. We have to come up with, not regulation, because regulating the market basically will help to a degree, but it's not the solution. But come up with policies that will lead to what? Stability within the market and bring about price normalcy. Another question that filters around is, would the Central Bank of Liberia use monetary policy to control the exchange rate? Or could that only be if there is a pass-through inflation? The answer, we must understand that monetary policy itself is inflation. You may not understand that. You want monetary policy, but in itself, it is inflation. It is true when we look at the effects of imported inflation, that exchange rate can play a significant role. The real concern is that monetary policy can be used to mitigate them. But this impact is very specific to relevant economy. Most of our inflation is driven by food prices. Or people complaining. The prices for business commodity going up, but your wages and salary not going up. Your wages probably will go up a little bit after 6 months, or after 1 month when your supervisor appraise you. Give you a good appraiser. Then the minister says, okay, we'll give you 10% or 5%. But prices will be going up every week. Every week. How do you mitigate it? We're talking about monetary policy being what? Inflation. The minister rightfully mentioned there's a give and take. How do we cure inflation? You don't have to pump a lot of money in the economy. You can use other methods. Those are the methods we tend to introduce and use. Because when you put more money in the economy, and the quantum of goods coming to the market remains the same, and prices will what? Follow suit. Prices will definitely follow suit. So inflation is driven by food prices, which is driven by supply of agricultural produce in the market. So when we have the rainy season about 5 or 6 months, and when rain is at its peak, headline inflation is quite high because food inflation becomes high. So the price takes to the headline, prices going up. It's very high. But as it comes down to supplies, and supplies begin to arrive in the market, the number comes down. Legally, we examine headline inflation. When we actually analyze it, we are also looking at it as core inflation. We have a situation also over the past few months that inflation has been relatively stable. You will realize that this present coalition government been in power about 1 year, 6 months going. But we have administrations, past administrations, that left behind most of the problems you see the present government is faced with. We don't read in the paper what happened in the past. We read in the paper what's happening now. But sometimes it bothers us, especially at the central bank. What is the empirical study that shows that this government doing nothing, like what the press reports sometimes? Government doing nothing. Is it politically driven, these kinds of headlines? You have to have statistics. Do you have the statistic? If you have it, you're not quoting it to the public. Tell the public what happened in the past 13 years. People suffering not today. Suffering started way back. Debt, high payment being accumulated, money being siphoned from the government, tax coffers, people not paying their taxes. Commissioner alluded to that. And the government intends to do something about it, like the minister said. Start with us. We are official in government, we're making some money. We should start paying our taxes first. And then we'll go after those who not pay. So they can't come back and say, look, you beyond us to pay. What's about you? Have you paid your taxes? Yeah, we'll pay. One thing I want to remind the president about also is to come to the horses that got the right information. You want to know things about monetary policy, about inflation rate, exchange rate, come to the bank. We got capable technicians and governors at the bank that can deal with it. Come to them. Don't base it on what people say or what you read on blogs. I got a problem with the journalists, but I like them because we need them. You see? And my problem with the journalists is that you don't go to the University of Liberia and do a course in journalism and become a journalist. You get a degree in journalism or a certificate in journalism. That make you a journalist. You got to get abreast with other subject matters. Economics, sociology, history, law. And once you're abreast with those, I'm not saying you have to have a degree in them. You can do a 3-month course in economics. At the Central Bank, we got a banking institute. The government started to be active. They've been dormant for a while. Probably that's why you don't know about it. They're getting ready to be active. And we'll have professors, qualified professors, not only from abroad, but from Liberia. The University of Liberia, Cotton University graduate, I've taught there 6 years myself. To come there and lecture. And we invite the press. We invite individuals in the community who can afford to come. Of course, you have to pay for the lecture. Ourselves, at the Central Bank, I will be sending staff members, even though we'll be hosting it, but we will pay for those staff members. If it's $50 US per head, we'll send 20, we will pay. But they will have to get to know exactly what's happening in the economy. So we have fluctuation in the rate, but you remember it normalized for a while. The rate was normalized for a while, and then later it started to what? Push up. You remember in April, this April 2014, 2019. Today, yesterday rather, the rate was 167.5 to $1 US. But we have to bear in mind now that the same rate we're talking about was around 172 when this government came into power. It started to normalize. It came down to 155, 152, and it normalized to 155, went to 160, 162. Now it's creeping back up. Like I said, as of yesterday, April 24, 2019, the rate was 167.5. That is high. And we intend to put measures in place to bring it back down, stabilize it to a degree. There was a constrained supply of food, and that led to headline inflation being higher than government set target. The second order effect on non-food and non-fuel prices were good. We were experiencing prices that have been low for some time, especially in food, fuel and food. Let it be known that the central bank is clear about inflation, and it is always back in range. And we are working on other policies that can drive it towards a reasonable level. We believe we have the capacity to achieve this by working along with our fiscal authority and our partner in progress. The population is well aware, you are also aware, that government determination to achieve that goal. One of the major issues touched briefly by the Minister Tuer, was collateral, register, and credit reference system. You go to the bank, you want a loan, you want collateral, you ask for collateral. Some of them asking for your grandpa deed, property deed. Probably your grandpa died before you were even born. They're asking for his deed. They should be asking for your deed. And then when you tell them you don't have property, so when you start working and grow up, you will have a deed. But what can I do now to get funding? Because I'm a wheelbarrow boy. Going from community to self, to survive. But bear one thing in mind, the same wheelbarrow boys, some of them are college graduates. Some of them got master's degree. I talk to some of them. They come to the bank looking for jobs. They got master's degree in economics. They want to be security guard. Why? No job. No job. But he still got to feed his family. So you go Baton, Clarendon, buy a goose wholesale, put it in a wheelbarrow, go from place to place to sell. The family to survive. Lecturing at the graduate school, student will ask questions like, the goose in the wheelbarrow are contaminated. It's not good. I tell them no. Very good product in a wheelbarrow because I buy from the wheelbarrow myself. See the lady going around with a little apple in the wheelbarrow, selling it. So I got concerned. I asked, where you get the apple from? I asked where you get the apple from. People think these are contaminated apple you're selling. I said, no, Pa. We bought it from Baton, Clarendon, wholesale. Just like how the supermarkets buying from Baton, Clarendon, wholesale, some of them, and evading taxes and just stacking up their stores and selling at exorbitant prices. And sometimes the wheelbarrow boys don't even have the money to buy from Baton, Clarendon. So they go to the same Lebanese or Indians in Baton and Clarendon and get goods from them, sit right in front of their store, some of them, take it in a wheelbarrow around, sell it and get commission on it. That will have to stop. The banks, the president here, will tell you what they're doing about it. The banks will have to find ways and means to service these people who will say that no what? Collateral. But let's go into what the bank, central bank, is doing. The collateral register system continues to make assets to finance affordability for business, especially MSME, the small medium enterprise, allowing businesses to use diverse movable asset as collateral to secure credit from bank and non-bank financial institutions. The system activities consist of registering clients, registration of financial statements, number of collaterals, such amendments, and fees. What we're talking about with collateral registration for the small business people, for example, you could be a wheelbarrow boy and still own a pen or two bikes. Can you take those bikes to the central bank and say, look, these are my assets? Or you are fortunate to build a little house. The little house. These are my assets. Can you register it at the central bank? So if I need a loan, I can go to the commercial bank and say, look, I have assets. Just communicate with the central bank. They will let you know about my assets. Of course, you know some of these things fade away after a period of time. So the bank you're talking with or you're doing business with probably will want to verify whether your 2 or 3 pen bikes still in good condition and you're still running there and making money because you have to pay the bank what? Back. You cannot take money from the bank and sit supinely thinking that you don't owe anybody anything. You owe the bank. And you have to service your loan to the bank. You have to service your loan. But most of us, suddenly we start making money, we want the biggest car. Start riding the biggest car. No, we got to grow into a big car. Start with a small one. I got my old Toyota, I still use it. Even though I got bank government car, I still use my old Toyota. But you can see the growth took place. The growth took place. You have to pay back. The bank's experiencing a lot of bad movement within their balance sheets. Non-performing loans. People took loans, can't pay. And sometimes not because they don't want to pay. Sometimes because of situation beyond themselves. Could be nature. Like we mentioned earlier in my talk, that we got 2 seasons here, rainy season, dry season. And the 6-month rain start and you have it, what happens? We're all road. There is no incentive to grow food. This is why we got a dynamic president that looking at road and market simultaneously along with agriculture. You can't build markets and you can't take the food to the market. You can't build road and got no market for the food to go to. And it's not only food. What's about the children that live in the villages? The 6-month rain comes, what happens? They don't go to school. You can't walk in the mud for 6 months. What kind of education you would like? And then when you walk 6 months or 1 or 2 weeks and go to school, no teacher. Got a teacher chasing a pay that 3 months overdue, 4 months overdue. This is why the minister also alluded to, and the commissioner alluded to, mobile money. How can we get the small people included? Financial inclusion, which we will touch on briefly before I start. During the 4th quarter of 2018, the system remained 44. Of the 54 user or clients, 17 are legal entities, banks, microfinance institute, and non-bank financial institution. 31 individual clients, and 6 others. The system reported 16 registered financing statements reflecting a decrease in the registration of financing statement by 56% when compared to collateral register system amounted to Liberian dollar 853,000 and US dollar 250,006,800, and were disbursed to the following debtors: category: large firms, middle and medium firms, individuals. These indicate a positive impact on the system in performance of the system since the inception. Reflects the value of financing statement of loans of 90 million in US 1 billion, 90 million in Liberian dollar, in US 1 billion, while movable collateral are asset totaling 3,219. So the credit reference system continues to contribute to the credit risk management in the financial sector. The system distributes borrower creditworthiness information to the bank and non-bank financial institutions to enable these institutions make information on credit decisions. During the fourth quarter of 2018, the system responded to 9,090 credit checks, of which 6,950 and 2,148 credit checks were received by banks and non-bank institutions respectively. This reflects a decrease in the credit check by 97% compared to some period in 2018. Mobile banking has been revolutionary in terms of financial inclusion for Liberia. How important is this transformation? The transformation is very important when it comes to mobile money. The level of financial inclusion as a percentage of the population that has access to financial services in 2006 was about 5%. A year ago, it was 15.5%, a threefold rise. Mobile money has changed the way we make payments, the way we transact our businesses. I can undo most of my transactions right on my phone today. Financial institution has changed the landscape. You can take out micro loans on your mobile app. You get the money right there on your phone. Don't have to go anywhere. But the interesting thing here is that, Minister, I will soon shut up. The interesting thing here is that we who claim to be educated, we're having problems taking advantage of mobile money. Kind of hesitant, risk. But the people we consider not educated, the market people, what is our market? Chocolate our market, rally our market, will not believe it. They are the one really taking advantage of mobile money. And I'm talking to them, saying how we can encourage them to do more. Martha leaving Rallytown Market. She got to get on a truck, go up to Lofa if she want to buy rice or other produce. That's a transport cost. She gets the rice, she got to bring it back to Rallytown Market. Another transport cost. She will not sit and let her profit just erode. So she built in something, and the prices become what? Higher. And we the consumer, will suffer. Now Martha using mobile app. So she called Kamara, who supplies her rice in Nema County. Kamara, I need 10 bags of rice for my shop. She doesn't have to go to Kamara. She called him on the phone. Kamara, Johnson coming with his truck on Thursday. He coming with your money will be transferred directly to him, or he coming with the cash to you if you so deserve. Kamara will not run away with the money. Got a big truck, doing business with thousands of people. ain't gonna run away with 10, 15 bags of rice money. So if you deliver it, and he delivers it, the rice will get on, will come to what? The market. But the implication here is that her price now for a cup of rice will what? Drop. And that will bring little relief to the people, unlike traveling up and down and adding more costs to the produce. So what we're saying here, let all of us get involved. We're trying to limit the paper trail. We're trying to limit how much money you carry. We're working on other measures. What can $5 buy? What can $10 buy? These are some of the questions we're dealing with. You carry a $5 note to the market. Are you getting 3 candy in a plastic rock? Are you getting 12 paw ground beef for $5? What can you buy? The $5, $10 can't buy anything. What's about 20 and 50? Oh yeah, they can buy a little something, but not much. So what do we do in that instant? Do we continue to print $5, $10? It's not a decision that we shouldn't, but we're toying with all of those things. Because to print $5 note, you may pay $3 million. And you took it to the market, people just mistreat it. And you got to print it again. If it tear a little bit, the marketeer saying they can't accept it. Wholesalers say they can't accept it. Why? Because a little tear, they will accept it. Once the 2 serial number on it, you have to accept it because illegal tender in the country by law. You have to accept it. So the penetration of mobile phones in Liberia is increasing. It is really about leveraging the platform that we have. It is creating a new investment opportunity for everybody to create a saving culture. New savers are protected by having a platform that makes sense. So when you talk about financial technology, it is not just about a brilliant idea by someone. It is really about making sure that that thing meets citing standard and protect whoever is going to be interested with that thing. These standards are also linked to IT and ensure details cannot be hacked. Central Bank will have to ensure that details cannot be hacked. Some of those things are written in languages that are easily hackable, meaning that product pose a serious risk to the entire financial sector. This is where the regulator comes in by doing tests and learning from them. We just test to see what this thing is really. And it does not work, we pull it off the grill and run another what? Test. Like I was telling the minister, if it doesn't work, then we'll move away from it and go to something that we think might work. If that something doesn't work, we look for something else that will work. But the idea is that you continue to play around it. Now I will stop here and we will we'll entertain questions and show your questions later. We'll center around some of the things I talk about and center around some of the things the minister also spoke about, especially on the fiscal side when we went to the spring meeting. Also at the spring meeting, the central bank were also fortunate to present a paper on the challenges that facing the bank and how we intend to address those challenges. So if any questions from the spring meeting comes up in the area of central bank, I'll be glad to address it. Thank you, Minister.
That was the governor of the central bank. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
So we're at a point where we actually are dealing with the instruments that we're working with as the technical economic management team. Before the governor came, I said monetary policy has a key role to play. Monetary and fiscal policies have to coordinate to manage inflation and the exchange rate. The monetary policy instruments that we are employing under the hubris of the technical economic management team are, for example, auction. So the idea is that you have to take money that is outside the bank and bring it back in the bank so that reserve requirements can mean something. Okay, so if the money is not in the bank and you change the reserve requirement, it means nothing. If money is not in the bank, you are limited on how much your policy instruments can work. So the central bank does auction, and it has done a lot of auctions over time to take excess liquidity. What they say when they say excess liquidity, they mean too much money outside that's causing inflation. Central banks have that too, so you absorb that. So today, central bank is selling US dollar to importers who need that money. Now the fear is what the exchange rate goes up because people who demand US dollar are dumping too much Liberian dollar behind that US dollar, for example, to bring in goods. When they don't see too many US dollars, you limit that probability from happening. So central bank auctions is doing that. And the bank will have to looking at, even though the resources are limited today. Now, the Ministry of Finance used to sell the central bank $3 million every month 4 years ago, when commodity prices were higher, when the economy was flush with US dollar. I mean, everybody, for example, Total told me that, look, Minister, I had a surplus of US dollar. I was never even thinking about US dollar. It was not a problem because there was too much US dollar in the economy. So at that time, we're selling a lot of US dollar to the central bank. So auction could have an impact. And the problem, the opposite problem we have is that because US dollar were flush, so we're even worried. Liberian dollar was just dormant sitting. So there was not a real problem. Today, the problem we're solving is where monetary policy now has to be more effective. Okay? But to do that now, we have the device. So auctions are a little bit limited today, but if we alter it towards the people who are using it, which the bank is doing, we're beginning to see that impact. Let's talk about, you heard about the CBL bond. How many persons have heard about the bond?
Yeah.
The CBL bond?
Yeah.
How many persons have invested in the bond? Let me see who in this room has invested in the bond. Now, here's the goal. The idea of the bond is that the bank is offering you an attractive interest rate. The saving, when you put your money in the commercial bank, you get a saving rate of, Mr. President, at 2%. Okay. The bond said, bring it to us, you will get an interest rate of 7%, but it's better than that. Whenever you want your money back, you will not lose value because of the exchange rate. So that's what Americans call a double whammy. You get a higher interest rate, and we protect your Liberian dollar. So the day you want it after 1 year, if you invested 10,000, the money we give you will be sufficient to deal with any exchange rate that is prevailing at the time. This is the biggest incentive to take money from outside. What we are having now is that we're asking the question, and the president of the bank will come up later. I think the bank wants to take $3 billion of targeting $5 billion to take out. To date, it has received $700 million. So the bank next level now is, what do we do to get more people to subscribe to the bond? If more people subscribe such that the bond reaches proceeds of around $3 billion, $4 billion, you will see a dramatic impact on the exchange rate. You saw the map up. When 2.3 Liberian dollar came from outside, you saw the stabilization that happened. Because what you're trying to do is to take money from the hands of people who could dump too much of Liberian dollar. So the CBL bond. So the next stage is that, look, we want Liberians in America to invest in the bond. The bank is putting the strategy together to lead a diaspora mission to talk about how can we harness the capital in the United States. Most of the capital in the United States is coming in the form of remittance, which is for consumption. When people send money to me, you know, I mean, okay, my sister send my money, the first thing I do is where I go buy a shoe, I consume. The monies that are coming are not coming for investment. What a bond could do, and we're talking about that, an infrastructure bond as part of the diaspora package, is how do we unlock capital from America and Europe to invest here? Okay, we're going to do that. So the CBL bond is a facility that we're selling as a major way. The bank is going to do more now to sell this bond. They've been doing a lot of, I've had some interesting acts, but I think we need to move it out to do more marketing on that as well. There's also something called the standard deposit facility, which is increasing the interest so that banks can put their money to the central bank and raise more money. That's another instrument that we're using. On the fiscal side, so you can clearly see that the instruments that we're limited to are instruments that will make people to bring their money in the bank. You don't have any other instrument. You have to induce people to bring their money in the bank. And maybe before I go to the fiscal side, let me bring the president of the bankers here. Before he comes, I'm going to say this. The people who do money business are the people who are the commercial banks. The central bank technically cannot do commercial bank work. Central bank cannot go physically out there and take money from people and bring it. Commercial banks have to find strategies, and the government is willing to work with them to develop innovative instruments that will encourage Susu people, Fula people, all the people who hold in big Liberian dollar to put it in those commercial banks, because that's the only way then the reserve requirement that the central bank talks about can make sense. So commercial banks have a critical role. And the question the president is going to be answering here to us and discussing is, how can the commercial bank increase their Liberian dollar presence? I mean, how can Liberian dollar be more meaningful in commercial banks? Because if all the money is outside, it means a lot of it is not in commercial banks. Is it that people are not getting their return because of low interest rate? Is it because people stay too long in line so they don't want to deal with banks? What are the government is prepared to work with the commercial banks to ensure, for example, if a money changer wants her money, in fact, anybody who dealing in excess of, I don't know how many Liberian dollars, once you show up to a commercial bank, you are on the top of the line to get your money back. There is no transactional delay. We are prepared to go in there. So what we're going to do is to launch a Government of Liberia, Central Bank, and a commercial bank dialogue, where we're going to sit down and say, your bankers, or you're the ones who get time deposit, saving deposit, our Liberian people money outside there, we all are not putting in the bank. What are the instruments? The president, he will come and talk about the instruments and how the government can complement this absorption.
I guess it is afternoon hours or so. So let me say a very good afternoon to all of you, the journalists, and also add my voice to the voices of my colleagues in thanking our Minister of Finance, our Commissioner General, and our Governor who mounted this podium before me. My name is John B.S. Davis. I am the President and CEO of the Liberia Bank for Development and Investment, as well as the President of the Liberia Bankers Association. I'd like to first start, and I will try as much as possible, Minister and Governor, not to be here for more than 5 minutes. I would like to first start by highlighting the fact that for economies to develop, thrive, and grow, citizens have to think outside the box. Policy prescriptions, as much as they are good, must be country-specific, culture-sensitive, and economically dynamic. And so most of what the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Commissioner General of the LRA, and our esteemed Governor of the Central Bank have alluded to are all prescriptive solutions intended to get us out of the challenges we are currently finding ourselves saddled with. Now, the question I believe all of you have on your mind is, how is the banking industry, the Bankers Association, working to complement the efforts associated with all of what the Commissioner General indicated, all of what the Minister of Finance indicated, and all of what the Governor of the Central Bank indicated, in order to drive the solutions which we anticipate and we are very confident of in terms of addressing the challenges we have. And so I will just go straight into those. Firstly, let me compliment and acknowledge the hard efforts of the Central Bank of Liberia in working with the Bankers Association, especially as it relates to the financial instruments and tools that have been made available that the banks can also leverage and utilize in terms of addressing our challenges. The Minister of Finance indicated the issue of the standing deposit facility. He's also spoken to the issue of the treasury bills, the treasury bonds, as well as other policies or tools, other financial tools intended to help us. In addition to these tools, the Digital Financial Services Strategy, which is an integral part of the Financial Sector Development Implementation Plan, is a critical success factor in complementing these tools in order to improve our situation. I know many of you have heard about digital financial services, and when I make a reference to the Digital Financial Services Strategy, what am I talking about? I'll just highlight it as this. One, today, you do not need to go to DSTV, stay in the line to pay your DSTV bill. You can do it from what? The power of your cell phone using mobile money, right? Today, if you are on the electricity grid, you do not need to go to any LEC commercial hub or commercial center to pay your LEC bills. You can do that through the power of your phone. What the banking sector, the Bankers Association, is trying to do is to work and build on what the central bank has already done and is continuously doing in terms of leveraging the advantages it gave us with regard to the national payment systems and the real-time gross settlement system to move our digital financial system to the point where you really do not need to go to a bank. And it is very critical and very important. All right? Today, in the banking sector, we are, and thank you, CG, for alluding to that, banking cannot end at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock is prime time in government ministries, government agencies, and private sector enterprises. All right? Our banking populace and banking sector and customers still reserve the right to ensure that beyond 2 o'clock, they can go to the supermarket and purchase their groceries, for example. If I have to send money to my brother in Basikia Town, for example, in Grand Bassa County, it should be done seamlessly. And a lot of work that has been done in that area, the banking sector has also couched its own strategy, which we will talk a little bit more during the dialogue, and with the graceful support of the Central Bank of Liberia. It's very important. So there are additional services that will be coming into the market, and let me tell you why it is important. When you do not need to have money in your pocket in order to ensure that the consummation and processing of goods and services in any economy are done, it relieves you of the pressure in terms of that is placed on the currency in terms of value, as well as the pressure in terms of the exchange rate. And I'll tell you how that happens. The more you are able to leverage digital financial tools to get things done, to get the 24/7 operation at the port going, to get inspection and monitoring going, to get taxes to be paid to the LRA. When we do that, in order to facilitate the advantage given by those digital financial services opportunities, money has to be where in the bank, because the banks become the anchor that all of that works on. And as the money gets into the bank, what it does is that it helps the central bank in the application of its monetary policy measures on it, especially as it relates to interest rate and reserve requirements. Because each bank has a reserve threshold to meet at the central bank, and the way we are able to meet it is by taking the money from customers, putting it in the banks, and then that money finds its way into the central bank. And the central bank can now apply what we call contractionary and expansionary modes of managing the issue of inflation. The fact of the matter, Minister and Governor, and all of us in this room, is that by virtue of the fact that our economy is continuously a cash-based economy, we will continue to have these challenges. And so, de-risking the economy from taking it from a cash-based economy to a electronically enhanced and electronically capable value addition economy helps us in addressing the challenges. One of the critical areas that the minister highlighted to, and governor also highlighted to, and the Commissioner General of the LRA provided some prescriptive solutions for, is the issue that has to do with the fact that our foreign inflows in terms of foreign exchange has actually been inadequate to meet the domestic demand for foreign exchange. And that is impacting the exchange rate. Now, what the banking sector is trying to do to address this problem and work with our regulator, the Central Bank of Liberia, and providing some real heavy lifting in terms of muscle that governor really needs for this, is the fact that we have to focus on what we call export generation lending based strategies. We all talk about the rubber sector, the cocoa sector. Literally anything you throw in the air that falls to the ground in terms of a seed can grow in Liberia. We agree? God has given us a lot of natural endowments. But for those natural endowments to be able to fulfill the reason that God gave them to us, we have to think outside the box to improve our export base. And by improving our export base, we increase our ability to generate foreign exchange. And by increasing our ability to generate foreign exchange, we help to strengthen the power of our currency. And by increasing the power of our currency, what happens? The exchange rate starts to what? Go down. So the export generation lending strategy is pivotal, and we discussed this a lot. And one of the good things about the Bankers Association right now, my esteemed bosses and colleagues, is the fact that we talk a lot amongst ourselves. All of the non-CEOs, governor, are committed to working with you to ensure that we get this done.
Thank you.
Secondly, with regards to the issue that has to do with I like to come back to digital financial services because it is so critical and it's so important to what we are doing around here. Look, our farmers need a lift. Our small businesses need a lift. I have been exceedingly impressed by some of the stories I've gotten just even with the context of the proposal or loan scheme. I have been touched and by seeing what our people go through in order to make a living and try to make sure that they are part and parcel of the process of gross domestic productivity. We need to have more of that. The more people we are able to attract through the use of the banking sector under the leadership of the central bank, the more we will be able to answer the question of job creation and poverty alleviation. It is critical. Yes, we have challenges today. Yes, we have challenges with the issue of the growth rate that have been revised realistically from 4.7 to 0.4%. But the good thing is that where there is a will, there certainly is a way. And that is the message that we need to take out of this room. And some of the ways include the tools that the central bank has provided, the strategies that is coming out of the banks in terms of the Bankers Association to address them, and making sure we complement the efforts of each and every one of our critical actors who are on the scene currently. And Governor, and Minister of Finance, Commissioner General, esteemed colleagues, we are committed to making sure that that happens. That is why, although we just kicked off with the treasury bills, the index treasury bills, we are making progress in terms of meeting some of the targets. Right now we are a little bit in terms of the targets, but I can assure you that as we work with you, seriously, those targets will be met because we will use what we call the chain effect of the 7% index relationship that Governor and you spoke about. We will use that to make sure we deepen financial intermediation within the banking sector. We have to do that. All right? Look, in spite of all of these challenges, roads are still being built. How do you think they are being built? They are being built because the banking sector is helping to capacitate those road contractors and other infrastructure workers, infrastructure company owners, in order to ensure that in spite of the challenges, we still are making progress. Any one of you who live in the Dole community area, the AB Tower Boca Road area, for example, the Back of Francis or Chucky Taylor area, for example, or even in Kakata, you see transformation in your various communities. That transformation doesn't just happen overnight. It starts with the PABD and the banking sector led by the central bank helping to backstop it in terms of the support that is required in order for those for infrastructure work to go. And we'll continue that sector by sector. We will. We know resources are limited, but we have a firm assurance and commitment, and I'd like to also convey that to you today, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister of Finance, and Honorable Governor of the Central Bank and the Commissioner General, that you have our firmest of assurance that we'll continue to work with you to actualize, because when you succeed, our country succeed. And when our country succeed, we are all winners, including the journalists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the assurance of the bank. Look, we cannot fight inflation. It's very clear from his presentation, right? Without the involvement of the banks, because that's where we put our money. If 2 million Liberians, each having 2,000 Liberian dollars put in the bank, you know how much Liberian dollars go in the bank today as we speak? 4 billion. Quick. That would be more than the amount that was mopped up. So the power of this deposit making will technically solve our problem. And so a lot of the policies and the programs are going to be around working innovatively with the banks, with the central bank, to ensure we absorb most of that money from outside in a creative way. They talked about the digital economy. The government, the extraordinary work the central bank has done in the past 4 or 5 years on framing what the digital economy is. And this is where the next stage is. There's actually a digital economy roadmap that the EMT is now going to enforce. We've seen an action matrix. We're finalizing that. You're going to see a lot of action, a lot of government push on digitizing the economy because we know of the impact. If people still use physical money here, if we reduce the use of physical cash in the economy, we know we have an impact. So on the digital frontier, as the president of the Banker Association said, this is the way we want to go. We're working with our telcos, for example. I was happy to hear yesterday from the CEO of Orange. He said, Minister, at the global level, Orange and MTN are cooperating. I don't see why Orange and MTN locally cannot cooperate on what is called interoperability. So you don't have to have Cellcom, or you can just use any, both of them easily. That's the stage we want to go. And we discussed the impact that will have on the banking sector and the potential even for the Commissioner General to tax that. We discussed that yesterday. This is the frontier we're going to. So, the president said the real solution to this is for our economy to generate exports. We all know that. But we also all know that it's not happening when? 4 months from today. Between now to 4 months, we still are beset with the problem of the overvaluation. And the only tools we have are some of the tools we've been talking about, instruments to suck the money out. On the fiscal side, the Ministry of Finance will deploy Liberian dollar liquidity management instruments so that our injection of Liberian dollar in the economy does not contravene the central bank's absorption of Liberian dollar. You know what I'm saying? So if the central bank take 700 million Liberian dollar and the Ministry of Finance put 1 billion Liberian dollar, you see what we're talking? Who still putting more? So we need to coordinate. So you are going to see, and look, when you do fiscal adjustment, let me go to a little bit of economic theory. The standard tool for economy, for any economy to fight inflation, is what is called contractionary fiscal policy on the fiscal side. That is the fundamental toolbox you have as an economy to say. So that means government is reducing its spending so that money can go in the economy. So government make the decision, the US Treasury will make the decision that look, or the central bank will then say, look, let's go to contraction. We're not going to be spending more money to put in the hands of contraction. But you see, in an economy like Liberia, where you have the problem of high inflation and you also have the problem of low growth, you can clearly see where that challenge is in the economy. So for the macroeconomists who study in the University of Liberia, we know we did that, they call it stagflation. You have high unemployment and you also have high inflation. So you solve the problem by saying we are going to cut the budget, reduce spending, and be conservative. But that also means you're affecting growth. You can solve the both together. So it's a very complicated set of problems we're dealing with here. Okay? So it's no textbook solution to say, okay, you know what? Just cut the budget. Don't spend in this sector. Not spend in that sector. At the same time, you need to grow. So you need to spend. So what we're doing with these adjustments is to to juggle multiple balls, to manage inflation at the same time to talk about growing the economy. So a lot of the adjustment that will happen on the fiscal side will protect education, health spending, but will also preserve the president's road agenda, because we know, look, the former finance minister of Rwanda, a former president of the African Development Bank, told me, Minister, at the African Development Bank, you need to continue to invest in critical infrastructure. When you take concern, the social sector is important, but worry about infrastructure that will grow the economy, because you will pay back that loan. And this is the conversation we're on. We have 600 million of concessional loan. We have an economy today, and we're asking, what is the impact? So going forward, what we're going to do with all our multilateral partners is the transformation is going to happen in agriculture. Because this is where the president is concerned, about 350 million in the sector, and we don't see the return. So what we are rationalizing is that, look, we're taking a new look at agriculture now. This country used to do better in cocoa than it's doing today. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are major exporters in cocoa. We are hearing from the researchers that even your cocoa here is better than Cote d'Ivoire. Yes. Why are you behind? But there's a missing link. We used to have LPMC, right? Yeah. Which functions like a commodity, you know. Yeah, now today we have what? LACRA. We have LACRA. There's some mismatch somewhere. The policy led us to LACRA. To be honest with you, we need to go back to the model of LPMC. We need to go back to the model of the agricultural bank. We're happy and that SIDA is willing to fund the feasibility on the re-establishment of the bank. Professor Tapper is working on that. So a lot of the push this year, where growth is going to happen in the shortest possible time, is in the agricultural space. We're arranging financing for agriculture. We're talking to food crop producers and the people in the sector. We're talking to the banks, because we have now issued a bond for the $65 million we're owing. I think we're going to certificate that bond, which can be discounted for liquidity. What that means is that we owe the banks $65 million over the last 4 or 5 years. We have told the banks, look, we'll pay you every year, we'll pay you $10 million. Please hold this for 7 years. Every year we'll give you $10 million. They wanted more than that. But so that sends to the market that the government is now credible. That when you give the commercial banks the bond, it sends a signal that, okay, government is responsible for its obligation. We can do business again with the government. We leverage that relationship to move financing to agriculture. So all of the agricultural people out there in the bank, we're going to see a lot of activity. Through the instrumentality of the president of the FDI Bank, we're trying to arrange a facility where capital will come to the country, both for infrastructure and for agriculture. Tailors, yellow machines, so we have a land credit working with a major investor who said, look, I can supply your capital. We will move this and work with the stakeholder to turn agriculture around in the soonest possible time. This is where growth has to happen. We're working with investors in poultry, and so the possibilities in the middle term are fine. The challenge we face are not in the middle term, are now. And so that brings me to maybe the biggest weapon we have, and I think the EMT, the president made that decision a long time, is we have to change the currency. I know you're waiting for that one, right? Yeah. At some point, we have to change the currency. The president has already decided. So we have to reset. We have to reset. People, we have to bring the money in the bank, like India did. 2016, India started a demonetization exercise. Everybody brought their money in the bank. They did it in a way that we may not have to do it, because we don't want for people to lose their money. In this case, whether you get it under a mattress, we won't give you some time. So that's why that's where the government is going to go now, under the president's mandate, to soak up all your money. Beginning from today, if somebody get $1 billion Liberian dollar, I can tell you, if you don't want to lose all of that, start putting it back in the bank today, because that's the way the policy direction is going. So we're doing the bond, we're doing all the complementary things, but eventually we have to pay, and to do that, it costs money. So there's going to be a lot of dialogue, okay, around short-term instrument because we have no other option but to recalibrate the economy, reset, and as a new government to run a credible policy. So I think we spend a lot of time on inflation now. The president's executive order. We want to talk a little bit. Remember the president signed executive order on stimulus? One of the major items in that is what? Let me get from the journal. That would be what? I think the big elephant in that executive order is what? And the journal, you read the order? The what? The IPD. IPDs, the theory is that in macroeconomics, when firms open competition means the firm will price at what they call marginal cost. So that means there's no profit. Because the competition is so intense, people will price at the level where the profit is marginal. That's what it means. When somebody has the ability to control the market, they get too much surplus and they get too much profit. So the theory is that IPD limits imports in the economy. And in the judgment of the president, he agreed that, look, we can't continue to do something in the last 10 years and still. So since we have IPD in 5 years, 10 years, let's move to a no IPD and let's see what the result will be for the economy. So that's why he approved that thing. And so we are going to a motion now where we don't have IPD in our executive order. What that means is that there's no restriction on import. The executive order say we should not require some information thing was in there, but that doesn't mean that people will be stopped from importing. I will bring the Ministry of Commerce representative to talk about that because they have been doing that and to comment on that later. But the information should go that there is no restriction on imports. We are immediately putting in place the enforcement mechanism. Now, when you liberalize IPD, it doesn't mean you're going to see the impact today also. In economics, most of the impacts are delayed. Okay? So the impact of this IPD policy is going to come, but we believe it's going to be in the direction of what? Reducing prices. Okay. The other thing you want to talk about the Ministry of Commerce is doing is identifying all of the hidden costs that are in the import business. We are discovering, and the port manager is here. Prices are also high because people are putting all kinds of costs in between that the government is not really aware of. We're going to a full transparency where to import anything, if there are 5 points and there are fees that you pay, we will require that those fees be published. So everybody knows the true cost. There are no hidden costs, full transparency. That's the regime we're going to. But I'll take over to the Commerce.
Thank you very much. This is my very first time being present here at the Ministry of Information press briefing. Unfortunately, Professor Tambel is out of the country, and I'm here representing the Acting Minister of Commerce. First and foremost is the Finance Minister and the LRA boss who spoke on the financial implications that our country is going through. I must applaud you on one important aspect that I think if we all can follow that trend, it will be very good for us, and that is the mobile money trend. Because if you went over various countries, not many persons you find walking around with money. So as of now on, when someone came over to my house early in the morning, the line that I see when I come outside, simply because they feel that I'm a deputy minister, so the money is wasting all over me, I would ask you, give me your mobile contact number and I will send the money in there. So if all of us can pick up that trend, believe me, funds will not be all over in our pockets, or rather, we will be able to bring down the rate. And before I address the IPD issue, as Acting Minister of Commerce, some of the issues that we are faced with at the Ministry of Commerce is how we Liberians tend to demoralize our own self and even our own country. Many a times you will find foreign individuals coming into the country conducting feasibility studies. The information we put out there is very, very bad. You bring your country down so much. No, it's not you, the press, but those who will be listening, who are outside in the radio land listening. We need to graduate from that level. It is not about our president, it is not about the past president either, but rather it's about how can we grow tomorrow. I've been traveling here and there. When I went in Ghana, he gave me a bottle of water. When I drank the water, I said, damn, this water is tasting like mud. Do you know what the Ghanaian man told me? My day after tomorrow will be like America, you drink better water. But let us be a Nigerian. No man, the water company that in this country are doing worth. We cannot continue doing this. So thank you on that note. Thank you, Mr. Finance Minister. On the IPD issue, IPD came into being since 1986. From my understanding and the little knowledge that I gathered from the entire episode of how IPD came into being, it's the fact that certain commodity came into this country and everyone that was at the round table at the executive mansion never knew how that commodity came into this country. That was the inception of IPD. It's been in existence for over 33 years now. It is true, it is about time that we do change the face of the IPD and uplift our country, especially for those who go on the outside and see how other countries are booming. And here we are staying in the downtrend and struggling how to move our economy forward. When we came in, we looked at the process on how IPD was structured. You have these big ledgers, people writing every day. So I said, no. I'm not going to be one of those who will sit in here and continue this same primitive behavior of doing stuff. So immediately, my friend and brother Samuel, remember he introduced his first digital program and at the LRA program at Belacasa. I was so impressed by that. And so at the launching of our new measure in order to do away, to start coming to reality, we implemented the first phase of the IPD, which was to take you from 78 hours almost and brought it down to 12 hours. We did not only stop there. We went to the extent where we instituted another measure where businesses needed not to run to the Ministry of Commerce, but rather we started sending out SMS messages through the digital system. That businesses will now find a way to know the status of the documents. But again, is it sufficient? No. If this becomes an impasse in the government moving forward, then of course we need to also bring in another system. And that is where the economic management team have decided. So we'll be doing away with the RPD system. They will be able to strengthen the Ministry of Commerce, where businesses will be open, people will be bringing in their goods, we will be able to monitor and know exactly, again, not because you hear the word, the country is open, you're going to start bringing bombs in here. No, of course it will not happen. The Ministry of Commerce through the Inspectorate Department and the NSL will become most vigorous. We carry on a rapid inspection along with the LRA to make sure we are in the know of exactly what is in Liberia, where our strategies are, how can we augment. So these are the processes we are putting in. Presently, we have some IPDs over approximately, from my last calculation, when they called me this morning, they told me that, listen, you have to represent Prastapet. I had to go back and jump on the computer to be able to know exactly what I'm saying here for record's sake, to see how much IPDs that are all set for PSR right now and how many IPDs document that will be coming back for final signature. So between now to the 15th of May, we can state here that there will be no more signing of final signature, no more PSR IPDs. I would assume based on what we have in, and we are putting in the necessary mechanism to make sure that we also go digital and file with LRA. Thank you.
Thank you. We're changing the structure of the Liberian economy. That's how it's going to happen. Major policy decisions will have to happen for us to have a different economy. I'll bring the advisor, the economic advisor to the president, who will talk about some of the other aspects on the economic, the executive order. He advises the president on these matters, so he will, right? Please.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon. We'd like to start off by, you hear these acronyms, the EMT, the TMT, and several others. But let me just clarify for the record that the EMT is the Economic Management Team of this Republic. It's chaired by the President of the Republic. In this particular case, His Excellency Dr. George Mane Weah Sr. This committee that you see here, we are the members of the TEMT, which is actually the TCEMT, the Technical Committee of the Economic Management Team, but for short we say the Technical Economic Management Team. and that is chaired by the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, co-chaired by the Executive Governor of the Central Bank. From time to time, the composition of this TMT and the EMT will vary depending on what matter or what sector of our economy we hope to address. This Executive Order number 96 was signed by His Excellency, our President, on the 10th of April this year, 10th of this month. It was signed and came into effect. The reasons behind the Executive Order itself and what's contained therein have been amply stated by the Minister and other speakers before me. So we won't get into the reasons. We hope that you all have copies. It's available online, the Executive Mansion website. You can go there and get a copy of the Executive Order. I want to address two measures that were taken by the President. The first one being the fact that we as a nation, from time immemorial, and by that I mean way before all of us here were born, all right, maybe going as far back as 1822 or J.J. Roberts or whatever. But what we can trace is the first concession agreement that was signed between the government of Liberia and the Firestone Plantations Company. That's what the name was before. We, the government, have obligated ourselves to these concessionaires to give them or grant them certain number of acres or hectares of land so that they can carry out their investment activities. For many reasons, which we won't get into, but beyond the control to a great extent of the government and for peace and harmony, we have not been able to deliver on granting all these, or making all of this land available to the concessionaires. They have come and said, okay, we want 100,000 acres, for example, but we've only been able to give them 15, 20, 25,000 acres. The rest of the land they haven't had access to. It's there, Liberia, the land is there, but they have not had access to the land because there's a need for coordination, greater coordination with our community dwellers and our residents, our citizens that live in those different areas that we contracted to give them access to. That has been a problem because they have been unable to expand their economic activities. And of course, expansion means creation of jobs, more taxes, more clinics, and the general upliftment in the well-being of the Liberian people. At the same time, that we have failed to give them all the land that we contracted to give them, obligated ourselves to do. We have been taxing them, surface rental for those lands. And President Weah decided that it is unfair, it's a total imbalance, and it gives the wrong impression abroad that we are charging taxes for something that we haven't given or made available to somebody. That, you know, the slogan of the Liberian Revenue Authority, one of the slogans is collecting lawful revenue. Of course, this is lawful revenue, but it's improper. It's unfair revenue. And so one of the measures taken in this executive order, the President decided that we are not going to levy surface rental taxes on any concessionaire for land that they do not have access to. All the land, whether it's 100,000 that we contracted for, if we find that 75% or 75,000 of that is encumbered by our people, our citizens, for whatever reason, and they only have access to 25% effective of the signing of this executive order, we will no longer tax these concessionaires for the other 75,000, we only tax them for the 25,000, or the portion that they have access to. And this will not be something that they will come and say, oh, I only got access to 10%. No, there will be complete and thorough verification by the concessionaire, the Liberia Land Authority, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Justice, the LRA, the MFDP, the NIC, all of the agencies and ministries and agencies of government will be involved in determining exactly how much land this concessionaire has access to, and will be charged surface rental on that. You see, because, again, what was stated earlier, our ambassador, not the ambassador that's accredited by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but the ambassador that go out and represent us in the international community are the people that are doing business here. If we cannot satisfy them, and we're talking about, attracting additional investment, we ask the question, saying, what, do you have the land that they promised to give you? Are they protecting you? Are your assets secured? If the ambassador say no, new investors will not come. So we have to take care of those that are already on the ground. And it's within that context that the president decided that we'll come and include this particular clause and measure in the executive order. One of the other areas, in fact there are two others that I will combine, is the issuance of work permit and residency permit. We find that over the years, and not just the past 5, 6, 7 years, the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we've been issuing these permits on an annual basis. It's renewable every year. Of course, we know that there are revenue implications in doing that, especially when we're casting our budget. We want to be able to reflect that X amount is being received or collected from this tax or from that tax. But it's inconvenient to the taxpayer. It's inconvenient to the beneficiary of these permits. It's inconvenient to the holders of these permits. And so again, the president decided that we increase the number of years of eligibility for anybody wishing to apply for, to get their permits for between 1 and 5 years. So if you are prepared to go, there are regulations that will be formulated. Most of them have already been completed, but they will be finalized shortly and so that it can come into effect. If you, the alien that comes in, wants to get a residence permit, you go to the Bureau of Immigration, which is under the Ministry of Justice, and you do your application. And you are at liberty, everything else being equal, of course, if you have the ability to pay for the 5 years, you can go and get your residence permit for a period of up to 5 years. So you don't have the inconvenience of leaving your work, or leaving your job, or sending your dispatcher to go every year to the Ministry of Justice or the Bureau of Immigration to renew this. You go and make a one-time payment for the number of years that you wish to. Likewise, the same applies for the work permit. The Ministry of Labor is there, and they're now authorized to go ahead and issue work permits for between 1 and 5 years. Again, depending upon the request and the wishes of the beneficiary or the holder of those permits. Other things along those lines remain the same, in that the regulations that will be formulated governing the issuance of these permits are already been completed, more or less. There may be a few T's and a few T's to cross and a few I's to dot. But in a very short period of time, they will come into effect, and they will be issued by the implementing ministry in consultation with the Minister of Finance and Development Planning and the LRA, and all of the fees, the taxes for these permits will be paid, will be collected by the LRA and paid into the general government revenue administered and housed at the Central Bank of Liberia. So these measures are being taken to ease the burden on our taxpayers and improve the climate of doing business in Liberia, make the environment more investor friendly. And we talk about this all of the time, and I think that, I hope that you members of the press, we encourage you to get copies of this executive order and pray upon the positive aspects that are included in this executive order. I've alluded to 3 of them, 3 of the measures. There are other measures. The Deputy Minister, the Acting Minister of Commerce alluded to one about the IPDs, and there are other questions there with regards to tickets, airline tickets, also payment of taxes by delinquent taxpayers. Okay, so we ask you to go and get them, and in your publication, write about the positive aspect of what this government is doing. Really, again, about the land issue, it's very good and it's very necessary, because we have the Liberia Land Authority together with all of these other ministries and agencies that are going out there now in consultation with the concessionaires to see how we can get more land available for them to be able to plant. And we're not going to take land from anybody, because the community dwellers, whoever reside in that particular locale, will be consulted, and they will form an integral part of the discussions and the policy making and the decision making. Rice, we're looking at not only our traditional exports that many of us are aware of today, meaning oil palm and rubber, but we're also looking at rice cultivation. We eat a lot, that's our staple food, but we don't grow enough of it. And we cannot grow enough of it by the traditional means. We have to go into large-scale mechanized farming. And to bring investors here that will do that, we have to have the land situation resolved. And now the efforts and measures are in place, because as soon as we can start growing sufficient rice to feed ourselves, we're talking about a couple of $100 million a year that we don't have to send abroad to bring in Kusawa, Uncle Ben, this white rice, that other white rice. We can eat Liberian rice. I know we normally call it country rice, but I must say I like the nomenclature, Liberian rice. We can eat Liberian rice, whether it's white or brown or whatever color is grown here. We save on foreign exchange, we employ our people, we cultivate more land, and we build up the well-being of our citizens to a higher level. And that's some of the things that we'll talk about in the Popo agenda for prosperity and development. We want to uplift our citizens and bring them up to where we are as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright, you know, Mr. Bright is a former governor of the Central Bank. Was that a national bank? Is that or Central Bank? Okay, so he also former finance minister, right? So we're doing this exercise also so you see that the caliber of people we have on the technical economic management team. To get anything passed on that team as a policy, you have to be strong. This is one of the strongest debaters, the positioning, the back and forth. Before we finally confirm a decision, you can imagine the debate that happens. And he's one of the very, very strong individuals, and we're proud to have him an advisor to the president and also a member of the TMT. Before I bring the Minister of Health in, so we can pivot a little bit, I'll have the Port Authority talk a little bit about the marriage. But I'll preface it by saying, after the announcement, and local embassy, an ambassador, a diplomat called me and said they had some small issue with that announcement. I invited the port manager and the diplomats. We sat down in my office yesterday, and the explanation he provided at the end of the meeting, the diplomat said, I think it's a problem of communication. So we have him come and provide that same understanding here to the public. We call him Elephant.
Welcome, everybody. When we inherited the National Port Authority sometime in September, we inherited an issue of a special payment called demurrage. And we thought to investigate and find the history of demurrage. Demurrage is one of those fees that our importers pay at the Freeport, Monrovia, and other ports that they feel that is unfair and is unjust. So when they contacted me, I thought to do an investigation as to what is demurrage.
In my investigation, I invited the shipping lines so that because that particular fee is being paid to shipping lines, or we're being paid to shipping lines. So I invited the shipping line to a meeting. At that meeting, they told me that whenever you hire them to bring your goods, and they put those goods in a container, and the container should be taken back to the owner in about 1 week. If you do not take that container back in 1 week, they pay fees to the owner of the container. And it's that fee that they also charge consignees as well, the moral fees. At that meeting, I informed them, I told them, it's a good idea. Because you can pay, then you be a loser. So consignees should pay. But here's the caveat. If consignees are to pay and appeal and wanted to continue to pay, please give me a receipt or an invoice that you've been paying to somebody for the container. As soon as I receive the receipt or the invoice that you've been paying, but remember, I will make sure to contact that person to whom you pay so that I can know that you really pay to that person so that our people can pay. How you following me? Right. At the end of the day, our next meeting, they came, not a single shipping line could give me a receipt or an invoice that they were paying to people that they took container from. So in the second meeting, I resolved that, look, since you cannot bring your receipt or your invoice, probably you lost it. But let's do it anyway. What I want you to do, go now and bring me a proposal that although we are paying the fee, but for now, since we have a proper government, if we're paying $100, maybe we'll pay $10, or maybe we'll pay $5 for the marina. The when they will not come back with a proposal. So I informed them that before I called to the meeting, I investigated that from 1949 to 2016, there was no demurrage at the MPA. I've investigated that, and one of the members told me, and the member stated in our meeting, that there was no demurrage until in 2016 when the Commerce Minister wrote them a letter informing them that bring more hardship on my people. That's what they told me. Bring more hardship on my people by introducing a new tariff called demurrage. But from 1949 to 2016, no demurrage until 2016 when the Commerce Minister then, according to them, wrote them and informed them that my people, maybe they have free time. The tariff they pay is not sufficient. But that demurrage that you are charging, government does not want some. We want any. Nothing can go to government cover. But you, the shipping line, go and marry me with the demurrage that we are paying. So I informed them that henceforth, as on April 1, going forward, no consignee should pay anything called demurrage. Because demurrage is what you pay in the shipping industry. Is what you pay when you hire a ship and a man gives you a ship to bring your goods to Africa or to Europe, and you should return the ship in 30 days. After 30 days, if you do not return the ship, the fees that you pay for the extra time that you kept that man's ship is what we call demurrage. Another definition of demurrage is when a ship berths at a port and the ship should be at that port for 10 days. If the ship overstay for additional day, they have to pay demurrage for overstaying. So when a ship overstay, what you pay also is called demurrage. Then the third kind of demurrage is what you pay to a port. When you bring your container and the port says, in 5 days time, your container should leave from here. If your container does not leave from here in 5 days, you will pay demurrage. So if your container overstay at the port, the fee you pay is demurrage. But unfortunately for our consignee that we're paying double, demurrage is synonymous with storage. An APN terminal, who is the owner of the particular area that they keep the container is also charging people demurrage. Then at the same time, the shipping line charging them demurrage. So we canceled demurrage because we didn't want our people to pay double. And the shipping line left, they went to the ambassador then and informed them that we were being unfriendly. And we told them that we wish to continue to be unfriendly if there will be extra charges at the port, and we'll make sure the extra charges will cease, then we'll continue to be unfriendly. But I would believe that we are friendly because we want to lessen or mitigate the suffering of our people when it comes to too much of tariff at our port. Nowadays, you look, many people are bringing their goods from Guinea. Yes. Because they tell me that a 40-foot container at the port of Guinea, total cost to bring it between 4,000 to 8,000. A 40-foot container here with specific goods, so that it goes as far as 20,000 and above. Because there are hidden charges. And I want to assure the member of the press that we have started to fight those hidden charges. And as time goes by, we'll make sure that our port, especially the Freeport of Monrovia, will be at the port in Conakry. But next week, we are sending people to 3 ports, like the one in Senegal, the one in Sierra Leone, the one in Guinea. Then we'll send another group to the one in Togo, Ghana, and Africa to do a comparative analysis of what it takes to free a container maybe with 20 cars in it as compared to various countries and at the Freeport of Monrovia. After that analysis, we hope and pray that we'll be the APN terminal and inform them that if Guinea can charge this amount to bring a container, why are you charging this to bring a container? We have, because they got delivery, I'm working with them on that one. Maybe we'll soon put it down. They give you one sheet of paper that delivery order. You know how much for it? $350 for delivery of one sheet of paper. Yes. MPA, when they give you that piece of paper too, is $1. But for them, it's $350. LRA were in the meeting with all, I informed them that look, nobody will pay one sheet of paper for $350. So go and study it. Maybe by next week, they myself will be resolved that look, they want sheet of paper, we're going to pay $350 and maybe we'll start paying $5. There are no hidden charges that are making our process to skyrocket. So I thank you, God bless you.
We're going to have to do this often because see, this is looks like a marathon now, right? There's a lot of information, it's almost information overload, but it's valuable for our people. It's valuable for our people to get the information. The government is doing extraordinary things.
A vital information I forgot. Another issue when they overcharge our people, they keep their containers at the port. Then somebody who maybe did all job in America and brought a container here, we are happy and proud to auction your container. We look at your car, we go to somebody for $1,000, for $3,000, and you really somebody to bring your car here. We have put new mechanism in motion now. We're not interested in auctioning car. So instead of giving you 10 days, we're giving them 30 days now to come for the container. And even if you don't have the money, we get sandpaper with you. You don't pay $3,000. We get sandpaper with you, and maybe you get something as collateral. Now when I go and I sell the thing in my container, I will bring your money back, but here is the collateral. We can take that collateral and make sure you get a container because we are not prepared to make our people suffer. After working hard in America and saying that container, then we auction it. So we are now on the board to stop auctioning, and we are now working 24/7 at the boat. But the problem we have, many of you don't count that in the net to free your container. Because if I get my people working 24/7, the man is there up to 10 o'clock, no customer. They will do that for about 1 month, 2 months. Everybody will get reluctant. Nobody will want to be there after 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So we have time now that you can come there. APN terminal is open to you. LRA is open to you. Comrade is open to you. MPA bar, we are the host. We are open to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Great clarity. Okay, so I will now invite the Minister of Health to provide some. She was recently in the Southeast. She just flew in yesterday. I think she has all of the health people and from here we are going there to talk to all of the health. You're hearing a lot of conversation around the hospital down, people politicizing hospitals in our country, when the reality is that the government does its best to fund these. So in her own way, she said, look, I'm going to understand this thing. Are people receiving this support and they're not giving it? So there's a whole chain of process we're beginning in collaboration with her to ensure that public money is going to these entities and used for the intended purpose. I'll turn over to her now to give some impact.
Good afternoon to all. I have a lot of respect for the media because they haven't drank a single bottle of water and none of them went to the bathroom. So I would like to say thank you. One thing that I want to say is that after the Ebola, the country suffered a lot of economic depression. So part of the problem that we are seeing today came from back then, and we still haven't gotten all of that effect yet. But always, we all are happy to want to hear what's happening to payroll, what's happening to fuel, and what's happening to the drugs. But before I tell you that, let me just briefly tell you some of the good things that are happening in health. For example, you go to sleep at night, you don't hear about Ebola, Lassa fever, or meningitis, any of the big things, because now we have surveillance officer in all of the counties monitoring what diseases are coming in and out, and we have isolation units to take care of them. So at least you can rest well going forward. We also recently were able to find and salvage about 15 ambulances. And you can see them, the red, white, and blue ambulances that are passing in the street are those ambulances we're able to salvage. But one of the small problems, all of us here think everything's supposed to be free. At least if the ambulance comes for you and you got enough money to buy 1 gallon of gas, buy the 1 gallon of gas to keep the ambulance going for the next person. Health is not free. You got to pay. People go to other hospitals and pay extravagant money. People travel outside paying. But just for you to pay for 1 gallon of gas, you will make so much noise there till we have to take the $4 out of our own pockets to pay for the ambulance. In education, we have at least 27 doctors outside becoming specialists so that we can have all of the specializations in the country. We have 59 doctors in resident programs at different levels studying. Recently, 2 pathologists came back into the country, Liberians, because when something happened, we don't want to keep sending for people outside the country to come and investigate. We just got our very own another orthopedic surgeon. He just came into the country. So at least some of those bones that have been broken, what we're sending out of the country, once we set him up, he will be able to do some of those cases here. Now, there have been nets distribution. So if anybody out there do not have a net to put over their bed because the rainy season is coming and there will be malaria cases increase, you can go to the health ministry and we'll give you a net. Not a net for you to go make goalposts for the football game or for supper or for fishing net, but we want you to put it over your bed. Now there are scholarships that we have coming up. So we will hope that the media will be listening so that we can put those graduate scholarships out. If you want to be an epidemiologist or a histologist, some of the big things, because we need those level of people in the country. So the scholarship will be out. Once they come out, if you're able to apply and you think you meet the standards, come and apply. You will go. The Ministry of Health will not have journalist scholarship, but at least it will have health scholarship if you want to become a health practitioner. We are doing a lot of programs to reduce neonatal, maternal, or adolescent problems, and also the nutritional problems. We want you to sometimes take a break from the politics, take a break from the negative things, and encourage the people to grow their own food. because they can grow what they eat and eat what they grow. So that will help the children to become better nourished. Right now, we have two, including the military hospital, we have Redemption and Riverset. New hospitals are being built because the hospitals there are not up to standards. So we are building new hospitals. We got commitment for a hospital in Bassa and in Bapolu. So those things are moving up. Also, we're getting ready to send a group of 4 to Japan because we want to open the dialysis unit. So those of you who don't know about dialysis, people who have suffered kidney problems will be able to at least do the dialysis in Liberia. So those are some of the things that are happening. Now the one that you want to hear about, few drugs, payroll, because this is all the media goes to sleep and wake up. They're just looking for one light off so they can run with that story. Now, what are some of the problems that have led up to all of these shortages today? One of the problems is over the 12 years, people have been crediting few drugs for all this time. So all of that debt was inherited. So now when we in this government go to credit, who will credit you? Everybody wants cash and carry. They don't want to credit anymore. So now we got to figure out a way to collect all those debts and pay so we can open a new account. But those debts are there. Ask any hospital, they can't even go to SP and ask for few because they owe SP forever. And we're still investigating some of the debts. But because maybe when we say to any hospital, you'll bring your debt, they will probably escalate the debt and then we won't even be able to pay it. But we are checking with all of them to make sure that we come to some agreement for these debts to be paid so that our new credit line can be open for us not to be seeing some of the problems that we are seeing. But on the line of fuel, we are looking at solar. So some of the institutions, especially in the Southeast, there are solar systems. Solar over the delivery room, solar over the lab, solar over the isolation unit. They're not complete, but we are working on completing them. Some of the few issues, people, the other day I checked, they told me a 250 kVA generator will use 9 gallons of fuel every hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the generator and let them fill the generator out. Let me stand there for an hour. I will put a chair down, sit down for an hour in front of those generators and see if we use 9 gallons. So that's how they are pushing us. And we do it to all the facilities because we don't really believe that the money that the government is putting into buying fuel, they keep going out of the window. Maybe the generator man got suit and a new car and everything because we keep pumping money into the generator. So we are going to be checking. I mean, myself will be out there in front of those generators because we really want to solve the generator problem. That's why we met in Maryland County. I met all of the county health officers and the medical directors to figure out what is the problem. They told me the usual problem. But I said, we're tired with problems. I want you all to give me solutions. Because you can bring problems from now until judgment day. If you don't have any solution to it, we're wasting our time. So at least we're able to come up with some resolution from there. Today, we are meeting with all the finance officers. Let them show us those books. What have they done with the money that they have received? Excellent. So we're checking on everybody because we ourselves have to sleep in the night. Whole night, the only call you get, no fuel, no this, no that. You never get, when they have the fuel and the light on, I don't see any journalist reporting that light on and drugs there. But they're only waiting for the drug to finish. So this is what we are doing. On the line of the drugs, we realize that people will come to the clinic and they will get a prescription. When you get a prescription, you take the prescription, you go right outside and you buy the drugs there. So if you can afford that little bit of money or that big amount of money to buy the drugs, why can't we get somebody to help us for us to bring in enough drug, then we have a small revolving fund.
Right.
Where you will pay the same amount of money that we pay for the drug, that what you will pay, because we're not there for profit, but just to keep the drugs going on. So this is one of the strategies we are putting in place. But right now we have 8 containers of drugs that will be here April 30th. Then we have the airline that dropping drugs from Mission Farmer by air, because that's the anesthesia drugs. And then there will be another shipment in May to complement that, so we can do our distribution for May. After that, another company have agreed to be our financier, to say, look, I will bring $10 million worth of drugs and medical supply for you to start this revolving fund, and then you can pay me back. So that's a good offer, but we have to realize that drugs and medical services can't be free forever. A moratorium was placed on medical after the war, but nobody lifted the moratorium for people to start paying. So we don't want to say you must pay for all your health, but we say just pay a small thing for us to keep the drugs going. And I know the next thing that comes to your mind, who will eat the drug money? But we'll go from hospital to hospital and neighborhood, the senator, the representative, the community, the superintendent, you yourself will be part of that committee to make sure those drugs remain in our hospital and we collect our money. Because every day I hear, oh, you're sitting down there, somebody stealing a drug, doctor got a pharmacy, you got pharmacy, this person got pharmacy. So you will be our lieutenant in the community to make sure that drugs stay there and we get the money to revolve. The last one, who on payroll, who not on payroll. Right now, there are 2 different types of payroll. There's incentive and there's GOL. Maybe the discussion is open that one day we will merge those 2 things, because people who on incentive feel that they are not government employee because they are not on GOL. And the Ministry of Health is not even responsible for the GOL part. We work along with the CSA to put people on GOL. But there are many problems. The first time the RAA did their checking, the phone goes. Some of the goals were people that were not in their position at the time, they had left, so they made them ghosts. So those who were real ghosts, we took them off, and those who came back and said, yeah, I'm now a ghost, we put them back on. But we are conducting another exercise. There are people who are supposed to be in one county, they are here in Monrovia, some of them going to America. So we are working directly with the county themselves, who are here that the people will pay. If you left your county and went and came to Monrovia, we will move you off the payroll so you can come show up. Because as far as we are concerned, you are ghosts in that particular county. So until we set a package where people who are in rural and rurals can get a little bit of money, if you're listening to me, I will advise you to go back to your county. Because if you don't go there, we'll move you off the payroll. So anybody you want to carry us, still carry us there, but we're moving you off the payroll. So this is some of the exercises that we are carrying on. Because when you leave your post and come to Monrovia, somebody else will take your post that's not on payroll. That's why you hear people say, I'm working and not on payroll. But how will you be on payroll when somebody who's supposed to be there collecting the money and sending down somewhere else? So we ourselves have to be honest. Some people were contracted by programs that came into the country. Now the program have ended, they feel that they will get on government payroll. But they were enjoying the luxury of getting higher pay and everything else. But now that the money finished now, then they won't come and say, we're working so that the people you can hear. So I'm trying to give you all of the category of people who say they're not on payroll and they're not getting paid and not on GOL and all these problems. So these are some of the exercises we are carrying on. Now the other thing is, everybody say, oh, there's plenty of money in health. That's a misconception. Maybe the money was there before we give, but since I can't see that plenty of money that they are talking about, because we're still struggling. We are working closely with Finance Ministry to try to correct some of these problems. Most of the money in health are tied to programs. You got malaria programs, you got TB, you got HIV, you got all kinds of programs in the health ministry. So the money don't sit down in the health ministry, there's no money there. We ourselves have to contact finance to get our funding. So I hope I was able to answer most of the questions so that you can sleep better and I can sleep better. But one of the things that we want to join the rest of the partners is with the digital, because some of the people that are working in the counties, there's no bank. So they really need some way to receive the money, because if you are earning $500 and you have to leave Grand Crew to go to Grand Chile to collect that $500, half of the money will leave in the transport. So there should be a way that health practitioners can receive the money within the county. So I will rest my case right here.
Thank you. We say a big thank you to all of our presenters here today. The most important part is to hear from you, your questions. But before I make that, my understanding, I'll make this appeal. I'll be back on LBS. If we're not, I'm calling on the Managing Director of the Liberian Broadcasting System to please restore the press conference, because this is actually the news the Liberian people have been waiting for. So we're calling on LBS to restore the press conference, please. Now, to our esteemed partners in the media. Normally, some of our journalists like to lay the premise for the question. We ask you to go straight to the question and be precise. As you take note of the fact that we have several esteemed personalities up here. Central Bank Governor is here, the Minister of Finance is here, the Minister of Health is here. So if we come to ask a question and we start by saying, as you know, in 1985, it's not going to work like that. So let's try to, Mr. Minister XYZ, can you comment? Not the whole 2 minutes of giving us a historical lesson. We're appealing to you because many of you have questions to ask. So with that said, Mr. Famula, would you come up, please? And if you are to ask a question, we ask that you get in the queue, and we will take 3 questions at a time. I repeat, we'll take 3 questions at a time. Thank you. And let me add that if you're asking a question, please state that my question is directed towards the Central Bank Governor. That way, the presenter is on notice and will take note of your question, and when they mount the podium, they will address your question specifically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Mr. Finance Minister. You mentioned this, and that's why I will bring that question up. My name is Justice Clark. Yeah, you guys choose it. Yeah, once again, my name is Justice Clark, and I'm the Director of News at the Liberian News Agency. You mentioned this, and that's why I will ask you. In recent time, the President mandated that $25 million be infused in the economy to the economic term mop up excess liquidity that is sucking off Liberian dollars to stimulate the economy. And with respect to that stimulus package, there are concerns. In fact, there is an ongoing investigation to that effect as to the usage of the funding. So a lot of Liberians, or some Liberians, especially people in the opposition, are calling for your resignation. Is that something you're going to do, or you are fearing that people who are your admirers will be disappointed in you?
Minister, we take 3 questions and you respond.
Good afternoon. My name is James Flomo. I report for Star FM. My question, I have 2. One is for the Finance Minister, and my last question will be going to the central bank governor. My first question to our minister. Honorable Minister, we saw you, or the president came up with a mandate where you went on and there was some problem regarding the mock or the 25 million. You did not really use the banking system at that time. You used another method. Why this time around you are coming to tell Liberians to use the banking system? And my last question is to the central bank governor. In your previous statement, you measure about this government. You said when this government came to power, the U.S. rate at that time was 172. But according to your report in 2017, December, the U.S. rate at that time, in your report, your annual report, was 125. Depreciation, 125. So my question is, what are you going to do, or what are some steps you are putting into place to stable this exchange rate in the market that today we have 167 to your website, and in the community we have about 172, 73.
We'll take the last for you, Minister, then you respond.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Camara. I work for Red Power FM Province City. My question goes to the central bank governor. I want to know, since your excellency as governor of the central bank, what have been some of your achievements so far as governor?
Minister, I'll take more questions.
Thank you. I'm Wilfred Gordon from the Liberia.
Gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, please.
I'm Wilfred Gordon from the Liberia Youth Agency. My question goes to the LRA. How serious are you with our CG when you say that we will not take duty-free to be abused? And my next question goes to the central bank. What is Liberia's current inflation rate? Because quite recently, the World Bank Africa Boys reported that Liberia is among 6 countries that are facing double-digit inflation rate. So what is Liberia's current inflation rate?
We come to the questions.
Thank you very much, Minister. My name is Hector B. and I report for OKFM. My first question to you is, our Minister, as you have beautifully presented, why you failed to present quarterly report of the national budget performance at the National Legislature for the period. My second question is, there's rumors that you are planning a 25% cut in civil servants that's going around. Can you clarify it, please? The last is, to the acting Minister of Commerce, what is the figure you begin to speak, but you fail to give the figure of the RPDs in and outside of Liberia? The numbers. Thank you, sir.
Minister says complaint, you respond?
Okay, so look, let me use this opportunity. It's an important platform. I did say in my earlier presentation that there will always be politics. I don't care what we do, politicians will create stuff. But the enlightened citizens of the country, where we want to get our democracy, is for the citizens to know when the politicians are playing politics and when the politicians are not playing politics. That is very important for a democracy. There are facts, there are circumstances, there are realities, and there are ways in which people can present information that is far from those realities. The first clarity we want to make about these operations is that, first, in fact, this is a good opportunity for people to see what is a technical economic management team. That's one of the benefits of this exercise. The Kaaba people you see here had different institutions. Their core mandate is to sit and review economic policies, debate the pros and cons of instruments and policies, and pass judgment on them and say, let us do this. They're doing some of that here, but this is how they function when they meet. And so this kind of group you see sitting here does not do operation or implementation. So today you heard the LRA boss talk about measures that we want to do on revenue generation. Those measures are debated
and the CG then goes to execute those measures. You heard us talk about the president's, the whole IPD. The Ministry of Commerce now is taking that decision that the president has passed. Discussions of framework held last night by the EMT to then go to execute. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture are not going to be involved in that execution. They are involved in the policy framing and the articulation, and the statutory entities go to execute. So, when it comes to monetary policy, the only instrument statutorily in charge of implementing monetary policy is the Central Bank of Liberia. No other entity, not Ministry of Finance, can implement monetary actions. So, at the time that we began the exercise of when the president gave his economic speech, announced the infusion of 25 million. So what that means is that it's an auction. So let me clarify. An infusion, by that you mean that the physical money is going to go into the economy. Central bank does money auctions. They sell money to commercial banks, and they sell and they go out and establish special windows, they bump out money. Central bank has the expertise in the last 10 years, 12 years. They've had how many governors? 3, 4 governors, developing a monetary policy operation construct in the Liberian economy. They have been doing monetary operations. So when the technical economic management says, we are going to go to a policy that you use that has a stronger impact than the commercial window, that's a policy decision. The only entity that executes that decision are the staff and authorities of the Central Bank of Liberia. So the notion that somehow persons working for Ministry of Finance, or that even the minister himself was in the street, I've heard that. I mean, somebody said, but if the minister has to go to change money, then what kind of minister is that? So this confusion comes about, and it's part of, and I'm glad all of the media here. When I, as Minister of Finance, looking at all of the people, say we. When I say we are going to raise revenue, we are going to enforce real estate property taxes, it doesn't mean that I, physical Samuel Dotwe Jr., will go to the hotel and knock the door to enforce that. Is that the understanding of we? How can that be the understanding of we? It means collectively as a government, we have decided to enforce something. The people who will go to the businesses, and not even the Commissioner General, they have a division that will go, actually, when he talked about this survey thing in the single area, they are physical persons, they're not him. So, how is it that I am now going in the street to divide money? Absolutely never. So let the public know that. In a minute, Samuel Twe is not in the business of changing money. I provided as chairman of the economic management team, and I will always do, the basis, the rationale, and the economics of the decision made, and the impacts were observed. In the execution by the bank of that decision, the bank draws on its reputation. Then let me make this very clear who we're talking about here. The institution that is managing the financial system is the central bank. Central bank goes to, banking supervision staff go to EcoBank to determine whether EcoBank have the right credit environment to protect and safeguard depositors' money. That's the core mandate of the central bank. Central bank people keep the country's money, they take money from the vault of the central bank, and they do money operations. So every day of their life, their whole business is money. To believe that those people who spend all their time doing money cannot take, we said in 2014, a direct mop-up operation to go and mop up, that it is illegal, is to mislead the Liberian people. They did money operations, the EMT was observed, the money came back, reported to the EMT, 2.3 billion, reported back, absorbed, is in the Crow report. That money again was sold to commercial bank during the Christmas squeeze. All of the facts and the evidence. The GSE audit will go and bring all of that procedural process. In the process of a central bank staff going out to do money operation and that potentially commits a crime, that crime is not on the head of the governor. Any more than an EcoBank staff going to the vault of EcoBank takes $200, the president of EcoBank is not going to be fired for that. So let's get that clear. There's no way. Every day in the financial system there's risk. Tellers change money from you. There's a probability every time that money you give the teller can put it in the pocket and they walk out. The bank president is not going to be fired for that. So the first thing you have to establish is whether a wrong was done. If a wrong was done, those who did the wrong will be responsible. So let the public get this understanding. All the reports are there. It's the same understanding. 16 billion was missing, and we know that result. Let us not politicize things that are not factual. Let us politicize things that are factual. Because again, when the report comes up, I'm just telling you publicly, I personally was never involved in these operations. So when the report says I was not personally involved in the operation, they're going to say the report is compromised. I don't understand that. Because I know I never did any money operations. I authorized through the TMT Economic Policy Making Framework a direct map-up. So I hope that clears the air and prepares you for the report. The important question here was, okay, on the quarterly report thing, I don't know. We have submitted the quarterly reports to the national legislature. I think there was a time where there was an occasional delay, but all those reports have been filed. On salary, well, let it be clear again. This is the media we're talking to. As a government, we inherit, as a government, we inherited a budget. The budget had a certain structure. The Minister of Health just here told you, say there were 2 payrolls. We have a basic salary, we have a general allowance. There's no logic to that. This has been happening for the past, 10 years, 12 years. That's the budget we have. All the partners have been complaining. The IMF has been complaining. In the last program, you have to face it. There's no discretion to your budget. The budget doesn't have rule. People can arbitrarily assign stuff. You're wasting budget support money. You're misusing partners' money. This is the complaint and the refrain historically. President Weah has decided to solve this constraint. Now, there is a good reason why this scale has been kicked down the road. Because let's face it, it's not an easy solution, right? The reason why we haven't been able to solve this problem in the last 10 years is not because the problem, it's because the problem is quite difficult. It requires enormous political will to ensure there is logic in the way people are paid across government. There is equity and fairness in that way. A president has to be strong, and national legislature has to be courageous to make those decisions. All of our partners have said we have not demonstrated that courage. They are challenging this new government to demonstrate that courage, to continue to increase, enjoy the kind of credibility. And it's good effect. If we have revenue 480 million a year, and we pass a budget 570, as I said, from the first day I came here, you obviously know you have a problem from the beginning. Because you already know that you're way above your potential. Right. So there has to be some adjustment. The adjustment means rationalization in the whole space. It means rationalization in the whole space. And that's the exercise that's going on. In that rationalization, there may be consequences. There will be. The government and those working will have to do the adjustment so that the macroeconomic fundamentals can be right. Because let me tell you what, here's the benefit of this. We go through this adjustment, we send a signal that you're one of the few governments in Africa that has done this adjustment. And so you send a signal of credibility. You want to live within the means, your means. And since politicians don't like to live within the means, the politicians who show that they can live within the means get the trust of their partners, they get the trust of investors who say, okay, this is not a guy who when I borrow money to, he's going to just recklessly, not pay me back, because I see the decision he's making in his budget. So the budget send the information to the market. Let me tell you, Ghana, that we all admire, Ghana used to be poor. Ghana was, Ghana used to be in worse situation than we're in. Ghana is today trying to move beyond aid. Ghana is turning to the market. You know why? Because Ghana has gone through a process where they use their budget process to send that credibility. So investors now, when Ghana asks for 3 billion, investors say we can give you 20 billion. The reason that response is happening is because the country has been able to demonstrate fiscal prudence and tightness for some time, which will then lead to greater resources coming to the country, and so the benefit is going to be down. What we've done is to fail to take that sacrifice today, and then we keep going and get the additional resources. So let's do the adjustment today. In 3-4 years, there will be more resources coming, and the economy will be better. That is the meaning of fiscal adjustment. And so this is not talking about cutting salary, it's talking about adjusting to our true position. And Bekube George Manawia is the president who is going to be the first to try to do that. And I think he deserves some kudos for that. Thank you.
I'll ask the question, what is the inflation rate? Get you quiet. I was asked the question, what is Liberia's inflation rate? Because we reported one rate at one time, and another time we reported another rate. I told you during my talk, the rate fluctuates. It's not anything stagnant. What I would do, I will let you know about currency in circulation, and then I will call on the technician to give you the rates. But they will give you the rate from 2015 to present, not just what the rate is today. 2015 to 2019. But before then, currency in circulation in 2015, inside the banks, that means in the banks, $701, 2015. Outside the banks, $9,656. 2016, in the bank, 903. Outside the bank, 11,851. 2017, currency in the banks, 937.95. Currency outside banks, 14,981.75. Now, when you come to 2018, we're talking about millions of dollars now. When you come to 2018, currency in banks, talking about 152. Currency outside bank, 18.150. Now we hear about container missing, $16 billion missing. Why will you order 15.5 billion and 16 missing? You ever thought about that? You put in an order. All the other reports show what you order, what were received and lodged in the vaults of the bank. My first press release stated that. 15.5 billion. You see 16 billion missing. So you got people coming to the bank now, want to find the 16 billion that are missing. So they come, they want to search the vault. And we have people that actually were in the vault, but they were lucky. Some of the technicians that would have dealt with it, including me, but I in the country, because they were not going to enter my vault. The government vault, not for everybody. The minister made it clear. The central bank controls monetary policy. Anything you want, come through the bank. Come to us. We'll discuss it with you. We'll give you document to prove what we're saying. And we got document when we leave here. You come to the bank, we'll give you everything we say here, so you can print what we said and not what you want to say. That's the clarity. So we'll call on the technician to give you the figures, the actual exchange rate. I told you earlier that we got two separate rates. We got the inflation rate that involved with basically food products. Then we'll have the rate that involved with other products like food, non-food products, food, other types of food, expensive foods, supermarket foods. We're not talking about cassava leaf, bitter ball, and what you have in the market. Then we have fuel oil, and other products that the rate probably coming down and being stable for a while. I remember when the press was touching about the fuel prices going up, but now you don't hear much about it because it liberalized the degree. So we're calling the technician to give the figures for the rates. Mr. Kamara. Mr. Kamara is Executive Director for Research, Policy and Planning at the Central Bank. He's a good gentleman. He's been there more than 20-some years. From National Bank days when I was there as Deputy Governor. Mr. Kamara.
Welcome to all. With the permission of the Executive Governor, I would like to share with you some key statistics and data on exchange rate and inflation developments in the Liberian economy. I have before me the statistics from 2015 to 2018, and we also have projection for 2019. Because the way we operate at the central bank, we do not only look at current data, but we also try to make projections so that we are able to see how we respond to those projections in terms of mitigating the impact of inflation and exchange rate on the economy, in the economy. Now, from 2015 to 2018, I will start with the inflation data. In terms of inflation data from 2015 to 2018, we've seen significant increase in the inflation rate. From the level of 8% to 24% at end December. Now, our projection shows that for 2019 and 2020, we expect inflation to come down. But that will again depend on a lot of factors. Now, it is important for us to understand in the Liberian context that while it is true that there's a strong correlation we see between the inflation and the exchange rate development, but that doesn't mean that inflation story is totally explained by exchange rate depreciation. There are also other structural, variables that need to be considered. And the good news is that we now, as we heard from the minister, as well as the governor and the port authority and other stakeholders here, with some of those, with the actions of addressing some of those structural factors right now in terms of getting fees, charges, and all of that, we expect that inflation rate will certainly come down, of course, coupled with central bank own policy measures. Now, the minister just mentioned about what central bank has done recently in terms of modernizing our monetary policy framework. And what that means in short is that beyond the traditional monetary policy instrument that we used to use, which basically comprise of the reserve requirement and the auction, we are now talking about introducing new instruments like the FDF, which is a steady deposit facility, and also the CBL index bills. And the main concept behind those new instruments is to see how we can deepen the financial system as well as create the incentives for people to want to hold Liberian dollar and invest also in Liberian dollar. So the idea is to give greater value to Liberian dollar as opposed to US dollar. So the concept of introducing the instrument again is about how do we give greater value to Liberian dollar as opposed to the US dollar. Because you will notice that in the sub-region, and if I may say, in the entire Africa, Liberia is the only country and one of the few countries across the world that have dual currency arrangement. And again, there are good reasons why we have to have dual currency arrangement. But again, the question becomes now, is this something that we want to continue with? Is this something that is consistent with the reality, of the Liberian economy and what is happening in the economy? But notwithstanding that, with the dual currency arrangement, it makes it a little difficult for us to effective monetary policy instruments. Because you have more people wanting to use and hold Liberian dollar, US dollar as opposed to Liberian dollar. And the pressure we see usually on the Liberian dollar is not all explained by demand for imports. We all know that most Liberians prefer to hold US dollar, not necessarily for importation, but just as a matter of preference. And all of that causes distortions in the foreign exchange market. And then the question becomes, what can we do to create incentive and attraction for Liberian dollar? And that is why we are introducing the instrument in order to be able to give some greater value and confidence in the Liberian dollar. Now, speaking to the exchange rate development specifically, as we look at it from the data, in 2015, we saw the exchange rate was 85.5. In 2016, it increased to 102.5. And then in 2017, it increased to 125.46. In 2018, it increased to 157.56. But we need to also understand that if the intervention, the mop-up exercise, if we are not instituted the mop-up exercise, the projection of the central bank shows that exchange rate would have gone to 187. And that would have have greater impact in terms of inflation and other macroeconomic indicators as compared to now. Because what we experience is that the flow of exchange rate into the economy significantly reduced. And the minister alluded to that in his comment with respect to the case of Ome. When Ome left the country, we saw a significant drop in the Ome contribution of FX in the economy from as high as 500 million to about 46 million. And you can see that's a significant drop. And so, with all of these factors and the weak external sector, of the economy, we see that there was significant pressure on the exchange rate. And so, all that we could do as central bank was to use the few instruments that we have as a way of trying to help stabilize the exchange rate. And that is why the decision was taken by TMT to intervene with 25 million in July. And that exercise started from July up to October, and we all are witness to the fact that we saw the exchange rate being stable from as high as 160 to 156 during that 6-month period. And also we saw that the impact of that in the first 3 months this year was actually, we saw some reduction in the inflation rate from as high as 24% to about 20%. So currently the inflation rate, we see some decline yet, but again, it's important to understand that inflation is not something that you can just deal with in a short term. Because prices in economic theory, we all know prices are sitting. So obviously, in the short run, you're not going to see inflation or prices coming down immediately. But over time, you're going to see that happening. And I can assure you that with all of the policy measures being put into place right now, from the central bank, from the fiscal authority, and other structural, variables, we're going to see inflation, being controlled to some extent. But we're not going to see a drop to single digit, in the immediate, future. That's not going to be the case. But over time, we expect to see some decline in the inflation rate. Now, let me also speak to now, what are some of the factors that we see with the flow of exchange, FX in the economy? One of the problems that we see, one of the factors we see right now is a significant drop in the flow of FX. And I already explained one of the factors being the Ome situation and also low export earnings. Another factor also has to do with the net remittance flow into the economy. While we still see a positive impact in terms of remittance flow, but we've also seen decline to some extent. And of course, that can be explained by global development in the US and all of that. So people who make these remittances back to the country, we can see the situation that some of them are facing right now. So obviously, the fall in the exchange, in the flow of remittances, is something that it's a reality right now. But again, we are hopeful that the situation improves, in the U.S. and other parts of the world. Liberians will be able to make much more, remittances back into the economy. Now, but let me provide some clarification with respect to how we compute the exchange rate that is published by the central bank. We have 4 players in the exchange rate market. So we have the central bank, we have the commercial banks, we have the parallel market, which comprises of businesses as well as foreign exchange bureau. Now, what happened here is that we have weight that we assign to the contribution of each of these players in calculating the exchange rate. And currently, when we compare the parallel market with the foreign exchange bureau, they carry the highest weight in terms of what is happening in the FX market. And it is based on the average of all of those 4 players that we publish the exchange rate seen in the newspaper, is computed. So we don't necessarily go by what the foreign exchange bureau will quote 170 or what the parallel market will quote 180, but we average everything because that gives a true picture of what is really happening across the market. And I must also add that in terms of our exchange rate determination right now, we're not only limiting it to Montserrat County. So we look at about 8 counties right now. We collect exchange rate information from all of the 8 counties every day to do the computation before the publication. So firstly, the information we publish is not determined by central bank, but rather it actually reveals what is happening in the FX market.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Welcome to our
Excuse me, sir, we don't have time. Lots of time. We'll have to use it up. Please come in the queue. Please come in the queue, sir. Please come in the queue. All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
No, I don't think I can respond to that. I think my question was yes, but I'm very serious. And I want to tell you, I'm very, very serious. And that's the reason why you just need to follow and see what we're doing in the next few months and
On the question concerning the number of IPDs outside, the way the IPDs are structured, the IPDs and the EPD, import permit declaration and the export permit, they are giving 6 months lifespan. You go back and start the process over, meaning you'll be losing some money to both DVAC and somehow the NRA. So we encourage people most of the time to make sure you stay within the 6 months period. If there's a problem overseas doing your inspection, you have to inform us ahead of time before the lapse of the 6 months. So right now what we're seeing, when I got the information today that I was supposed to be here, I had to go into my system, and at the house I wouldn't be able to give you upfront information 100% because the way it's worked, our data collector gets the information, process it, and at the beginning of a new day, the reports are brought out, giving the consideration current issue. So up to the beginning, from the beginning of April up to now, we have in circulation 1,541 IPD that constituted for PSI. So that's what we have on the outside right now. I will get back to the ministry today, and probably that could increase or it will decrease based on the ones that have already come in.
So we continue the questions on entrepreneurship. All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Moiga, and I work for Capital FM. My question goes to Liberia's Finance Minister, Sammy Toure. Sir, you talk about a sum of $350 million investment already in the country. Would you mind telling us, the press, specifically what kind of investment it is, and how many new jobs will this investment bring to the country? And I have a last question to the NPA boss.
President Papon, are we taking questions for the MD?
According to the boss, the President of the Republic of Liberia, this administration will do all it can to making goods and services affordable to the citizenry of the state.
why issue a new tracking number, which is reportedly cost $250 per number? Okay, please come forward.
My name is Nelson Colette, and I report for Fabric Radio. I have a few questions, and the first one goes to the central bank governor. Now, the Central Bank of Liberia sometime past came up with some regulations as a way of addressing the exchange rate issue. And one of those, even the announcements on the radio was getting rid of unlicensed money exchangers in the streets and all of that. Now, following that, there was even a meeting held with money exchangers. So I'd like to know, with all of the monitoring policies in place, why did the Central Bank of Liberia feel in getting those unlicensed money exchangers on the street? That's one. And the B part to that question is that following the meeting with the money exchangers, we were told that the Central Bank of Liberia has discussed with them to avoid the display of rates at their various exchange bureaus, but we see rates now being displayed. Why is the Central Bank doing about that? Saying in fact they identify it as one of the reasons, one of the ways that we address the exchange rate. Now, my last question goes to the Commissioner General. You talked about so many government officials not being compliant when it comes to real estate tax payment. Since in fact those government officials are the ones who should be setting the example, are you willing to publish the names of those officials, just as we have the names of officials who did not declare assets public? Thank you, sir.
We continue the questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Never, and I work for the Independent Inquirer. I have a few questions, and my first question has to do with how true is this, Mr. Former Minister, that there is a non-mobile exercise pending by your institution? And again, to the CBL, commercial banks are still giving up multilateral bank notes. So how long or what are processes that you are involved with in taking these multilateral bank note along with the old bank note from the market? And to the LRA boss, you have the total gas station and all those petroleum products. They are paying huge taxes to you, and you have other people along the wayside. They are there selling the gas before 10, 470. What are measures are you putting into place to get rid of those things? And finally, to the health minister, how long does it just take? Or how long does it just take it at a particular health facility last for? And what are your monitoring system that you put into place so that those jobs will be maintained? Thank you.
You can address that. Please come forward. Introduce yourself.
We'll take the last two over there, and then we'll allow the veteran journalists to be seated and ask their questions.
I'm L. Francis Okoye from the PMI, the Global Media Incorporated Cyclone newspaper. My first question goes to the Finance Minister. In order to mitigate inflation, what hope can you give to the Liberian people by describing the rate of export in Liberia with an indicator of a decrease in agricultural productivity and a high rate of illegal mining? And the second question goes to the Central Bank Governor. With your lengthy elaboration on financial policies to answer the question as to whether Liberia do have an exchange rate policy, can you kindly explain how and how soon do we expect a decline in the exchange rate in the presence of low exportation in Liberia? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Trojan Kelso from Fabric. My question goes to the Minister Tue. Sir, the government infused $25 million on the market. I mean, $17 million on the market. Thank you. They brought forth $25 million, but of course they infused 17, and there's a balance of $8 million, which I'm sure is still involved. But we noticed the purpose of the $17 million was to stabilize the rate at the time it was, escalating. Now we notice again that that is also taking place. Right now the rate is in the streets. Why the central bank's rate is 167.5, when the street is about 170 or 171 thereabout. What are you going to do? Are you going to take another measure in trying to stabilize the rate, or are you going to just leave it as such, no more direct mopping?
So we take the two at the back, then Minister respond. Okay.
I have 3 questions. The first one is listening to the LRA boss, and he said that from what I deduced from him is our actual revenue intake, our capacity is 500 million. But normally every budgetary period, or every budgetary year, we come up with 600 plus million, and all we have is budgetary shortfall. Are we going to this budgetary period come up with the actuality of 500 million, or we're going to go again with 600 million? And the next thing is that if we do come up with our actual revenue intake, okay, are we prepared for all the cuts, the fiscal discipline that goes along with it? And the economic team, are you guys prepared for the political backlash that's going to come with those cuts? The next thing is that we just went to the Springs meeting, okay, and we wrote extensively that Liberia was not going to get anything out of the Springs meeting. So we want you to tell us, okay, if the next financial cycle is the World Bank and the IMF willing to work with Liberia to alleviate the hardship and the burden that is economic burden that we are faced with. So one more question, please. The next thing is that we talk about payroll stabilization and payroll harmonization and payroll cut. Because there are a lot of government officials, government employees that do not understand when you talk about harmonizing the payroll for the next fiscal year, and you talk about payroll cut, because I listened to one of our younger journalists ask a question that you are going to do 25% payroll cut. So I think people will be interested in you trying to explain to them what is harmonization and what is payroll cut. Okay, just one more. Yes. The last one is that we talk about CBL bond, all right? And the CBL bond have had a shortfall. It haven't reached its full potential. You are looking like collecting something like 4 billion Liberian dollars. You just got 700 million Liberian dollars. What is the CBL doing to make this attractive to sell this policy to the Liberian people? Because I show a lot of us sitting here just heard about the bond. Okay, so if you do not sell it, you do not sell this policy, no one will be able to buy it. So we need to know what the CBL is doing, okay, through the various media entities sitting here. Okay, radio, in the vernacular, you got global theater, all these things, to let Liberian people know that there is a policy. Instead of getting 2% interest, you can get 7% if you buy this bond. Okay, and you cannot lose. So thank you.
Anthony Fedewise.
Thank you very much. Blind only is done a question but comment. I listen to all the speakers. The problem you have is poor communication. I always said in my own radio, see what the minister have explained. About specialists, do doctors that are out there. No information. No information. See what the minister explained. You have to inform the people. No information, gave room for misinformation. It gave room for speculations. These are good problems you are not taking. But the media, which they conduit, they are getting to the people. And so, the young people have asked all the question. As we leave from here, we hope we improve your communication system and strategy. Not get too many talkatives. Now our talkatives are communicators. They are strategy. And so I hope we can learn from this. For example, the executive order that my brother explained. So that when official want the radio to explain it. But we always wait for problem reaction. You gotta be proactive. But when we are issuing the order, 2-3 ministers come and explain why it is the one person. The IPDs. So you try and God bless. I will say it. We have got plenty of journalists in the government. I don't know what the problems are. Thank you very much.
Christopher Nanaka. The Doyen just said something very fundamental, especially to those in the ministry we're in right now. There's a big difference between communication and information. Until information is giving feedback to the person who sent it to you, it is never communication. Fundamentally, what's happening in this room with the feedback we're giving to government officials here, it means that we understand what you're saying, and you're providing us information, and we now understand the communication of what you want to provide. On this basis, I would like to direct to a commissioner now. There are many porous borders we have, especially in the southeast connecting with Côte d'Ivoire. We had a media mission there just about 7 weeks ago, and we saw excavators, trucks and tractors, bulldozers, moving through the borders, and we had to send a few people to follow them. They landed in a place called CBI. It's a long river that has a pipe of gold and diamond. It has a camp of over 15,000 persons in the camp. And all the gold and diamond are walked through the Ivorian border and taken out. I believe that as a government, I'm an economist by a degree. What I pursue is the cash. When I pursue the cash, then I have creatives and innovation to get them. Because that's the fundamental of governance. Honorable Commissioner, do you have your men at all these border posts? And can we have an opportunity to understand how much coming from these various border posts? Because if there are 15,000 miners in the bush digging gold and diamond, Mr. Minister of Finance, that is one of the richest areas of alluvial mining, but they are doing Class C and Class A mining. Not only are they digging holes and creating deep trenches that have water logged in them, infested with a lot of epidemic diseases now, but those are holes to which 300–500 million are lost, that our bills and our budget cannot rise above 500 and we still have deficit. That's one. That's my open discourse. I would like to leave it this way.
Okay, so the chair said I should go first. So the question on the total gas station. Yeah, other gas stations besides Total are also paying taxes. In the LR, in the way we structure our division, right? We have custom and we have domestic tax, but the domestic tax is divided into other subdivision. So we have large tax, medium tax, and then we got small macro taxpayers. We even have a division for natural resources. So what a bigger entity like Total will basically fall in large taxpayers bracket, some of those smaller gas stations will fall in other smaller taxpayer brackets, and obviously they will have to pay taxes. So we try as much as possible to tax them. I hope I satisfied that question. Then the other question was whether I'm serious about government officials paying their taxes. First, let me emphasize, and I know not most of you in the media know me well. I don't say the things I will not do. I'm not into the business of making promises. We said the deadline is May 31st. I can even inform you that right now as we speak, officials are coming and complying. Because first thing we said, we sent the names to the president, and subsequently, the people we're talking about who could be published, the people in the judiciary, the people in the legislature, if we hear from them, we'll have no alternative but to publish some people's names. I mean, that's like I say, the LRA is going to be vigilant. If we want rules, we have to put our resources where our mouth is. So I can assure you that I'm very serious, and only time will tell whether I'm serious. So I hope I've answered that other question. On the issue of budget and actual, yeah, you have a point, Mr. Brown, but the question is a budget is a budget. And a budget is a projection. We can look at the historical trend, right? Which of course we spoke to. That the historical trend shows that our budget in terms of domestic resource mobilization, the one that comes from us, hovers around 4 to 5. But like the minister said, we are going to the point where we want to live within our means. And if we want to live within our means, it means that this year, some of the delay in the budget process is because we are now going to make sure that those places where we have to make cuts, we'll have to make cuts there. There's a lot of wastage also in government. You understand? And we are all aware, we do not necessarily pay for what we get. Now, if we can probe all the lines and we can deal with wastage, it's highly possible that we'll be able to live within our means and people who may not be unhappy. Then the other issue was the border. You know, Chris, I will not disagree with you because these are the things that are on our minds. When I spoke specifically about smuggling, right? But some of these issues and concerns, the LRA will have to work with, say, the Ministry of Lands and Mines. Let me give you a scenario. Say, for instance, you went to the Ministry of Lands and Mines and you got a license. You got a license, your license expired. You went back to the Ministry of Lands and Mines and they gave you another license. Now, on what basis did they give you the second license when you did not show any history of tax payment? Because you must be doing business to one license, right? I don't know whether that makes sense. So you see all of these lapses in terms of our different licensing regime is the basis why our country continues to bleed. The other thing is, it's visible for people to see that people are mining, foreigners and other people are mining. Why aren't we taking action? Why is this insouciance about the actions we are supposed to take? Why are we afraid of? If we are afraid to take the action, we are only saying we'll be poor. Now let me say what happens when there's failure by entities involved to take action. So we talk about the different divisions in our tax regime, but there's another division that deals with the issue of government or transaction. Because government entities levy fees and those fees are supposed to be paid. If the budget remains at 500 million or 450 million, right, this year, and you're a government entity and you're supposed to contribute, and you do not contribute in a robust way, you are basically going to share what you share this year will be what you will be sharing next year. And in fact, you may not be even sure that you will get what you got last year. So the insouciance, the failure of government entities to even, be robust about the work that they are supposed to do to ensure that we collect revenue, is also has a direct relationship to what they get in the budget. If we're not increasing the budget, and Minister of Information got 1 million this year, and we got the same amount of revenue next year, what do you think they're supposed to get? 10 million? I mean, not rocket science. So we are sharing the same amount every year, and we will continue to complain. But the question is, this government has to be clear. What we did not do in the last 12 or 20 years, we have to agree now that we'll take the squeeze to build the foundation that will be able to be sustainable in terms of where we are going. The minister spoke about Ghana. There was a time Ghanaians were coming with salt, but the kind of austerity they went through. Why aren't Liberians prepared to do austerity? Why aren't we prepared to do austerity? Why aren't we prepared to shield corruption? Corruption is one of our other problems. But when you are corrupt, you affect the same system. So as you take the money and you exhibit in corruption, the next year at the same budget, you will spend. So I think this press conference is important because we have to challenge ourselves. I can tell you that things will get a bit tight as we try to, turn the economy around. But I think people will also have to believe in us. You have to believe in us. I don't think there's any magic wine. And I don't think there are other Liberians that have any better literary capacity to change this situation than we have the aptitude to do. The only issue that we are having in this country sometimes is because you are not there. So we need to be able to deal with all of these issues. To transform this country is possible. It's possible. To take our revenue to 1 billion is possible. But it depends on us. It depends on the media. It depends on all of us here. When we do not report the story properly and people don't bring investment here, it undermines revenue because we will not grow. And all of us will collectively remain poor. This is the situation we face. So I think this press conference should set the basis for us to start to think outside the box. There's no way that this economy can be a $500 billion economy. We got gold, we got diamond, we got beaches, tourism. Every other thing that you think about, we have it. So why are we poor? Why are we not going beyond where we should go? It's because of our own action. I can tell you, even the borders, you're talking about some of our own revenue people. They're incoherent, but we are aware of those and we'll deal with it. The question is, like I always say, some people say, now when the LRA, the anti-corruption man, I always say that I'm not fighting corruption, I'm collecting revenue. But when we grab you with your hands in the till, we'll deal with you. And when I'm dealing with you, we have for somebody to pay for you. And this is where we have to take this country. So we gotta be very serious. All these things, you know what I love about the team here? People don't know, they just think we're wasting our time. Up to 10 o'clock last night, we're discussing this country. So we're not playing. Not all of us, we do not have to go, and be responding to all the things. For me, I care less about what people say on Facebook. I care more about the constructive criticism because that is the thing that will empower us. If you want to thread in lies, a lie is a lie. I can't do anything about a lie. But I think we're going somewhere with all of these, little interesting things. I understand your many of our situation. When you have not succeeded in life for a long time, you think success is not possible. That's the kind of mindset Liberians have. So for you now, any group will go there, the group must fail. But we're not fail. And you know the reason why we're not fair? Because we'll not be afraid to try the things that people have not tried before. We'll try it. And you'll see how we try it. I told somebody, I was looking at one field, they say, oh, we sell houses. We sell houses. If you can't pay your tax, we sell people houses. Paying taxes is in the law. All we'll be doing will be implementing the law. And you can look at section, I think it's section 208, where you got real estate, just in a code. 208 is there. If you pay, we send you to the Ministry of Justice, we take you to the court. In fact, when we take that case to court, it's almost like summary judgment. Because at that point, we are at a point where we go, and they will be issuing you executive or well, I mean, they will be issuing you a ruling that is tantamount to execution, rate of execution. It will be summary, rate of execution, and the law say when we get to that point, we get a judgment, they will take off the taxes, they will take off the court costs, they will take off all other interest and penalty. The difference, they will give it to you. So you see, if you're in government and you accumulate wealth, or you're in business, you accumulate wealth. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you get 6 houses and you can only pay taxes for 3, be thinking about giving the other one up because you have to pay for it. We will not compromise. We will not compromise. And I want to tell you that with the LRA, we will not cut corners. Somebody asked me here about whether we're exemption, we're joking. The exemption business, we're not joking. Even Ministry of Health, every day they bring up people's exemption for drugs, for this. We come and start following them, whether those drugs go into the real location. Because for us, any leakage is a leakage in something. So the minister here, and I'm saying it from her, all the exemption for drugs, we gotta make sure that those drugs are going to clinics and they are being used for the right purpose. For me, I don't think that's a difficult thing to do. If some of you think that's difficult things to do, and you ask me whether I'm serious, I obviously, but I know I'm serious. So I will start right there.
Yeah, we'll have a little quiet, please. We got about 4 questions addressed to the central bank. The first one, unlicensed exchange dealers. I assume the lady was talking about the scratch card dealers. Yeah, we met with them. Not only the unlicensed exchange dealers, those who were licensed also. And the decision that came from the central bank was not central bank decision alone. We made it clear earlier that the TEMT meet together and will come up with policy. And the policy is provided to the public. So it's not central bank per se, with the licensed exchange dealers and the unlicensed exchange dealer, the Technical Economic Management Committee. Now, what we did, we told them initially that they couldn't get involved with activities being done by the Foreign Exchange Bureau because they were not bureau, they were not licensed, they were not registered. So they shouldn't change US dollar to Federal dollars. They should just carry on as scratch card work. Then, well, we got the question and answer. So, Mr. Governor, we got a question for you. So they spoke. They said, we purchased our scratch card in US dollar. And you're telling us not to exchange Liberian dollar for US dollar. How do we replenish the scratch card? I thought they were a valid point. And let us work around it. So we withdrew our original decision that they shouldn't sell Liberian dollar vis-a-vis US dollar. So we told them they could continue until we can license them and bring them on board. Now, we have 3 categories of foreign exchange dealers. A category are the big ones, B and C. Now the scratch card dealers in category C. We are placed there in category C. And they enjoying the benefits of those in A and B. For example, when we have auction, they are involved. Through the banks they deal with. Don't mind the scratch card dealer. They got their money they put in the banks too. So they go through the process. But they had a valid point. So we'll then go ahead. As far as posting rates out, we don't see it. And we're glad you mentioned it. And we'll talk to the lady who mentioned it and let us know which scratch card dealer posting rate. Then we'll call them in. We use moral suasion. We're not going to knock on anybody's head and say, do this, do that. We'll talk to them and tell them you're not supposed to be doing it, don't do it. If you do it, we take you off. Because we have an agreement with them that we signed. Those who don't know about the agreement being signed, probably they're not talking to their leadership. Because the scratch card dealer, they came from all the 50 sub-political divisions of the bank. But the leadership, there were about 7 or 8 that we met in the ballroom and were harmonizing and signed an agreement that they would not post the rate. So those who posted the rate probably not talking to their leadership. So like Honorable Wisa mentioned, communication. I agree with him. We need to do more when it comes to disseminating the information to the people. The people got a right to know what's happening in the economy. Or we have speculation, and people will be writing what they think instead of what is. So we'll be happy if you could tell us those who posting rates out there. We don't see them, we see them, we'll call them in. But if you see them, please help us. The second thing we mentioned is mutilated bank notes. You know, the notes you see on the market is not mutilated bank notes. It's usable bank notes. There's a difference between mutilated bank notes and usable bank notes. Now, mutilated bank notes are notes where you find a serial number missing, tuned more than 25%. I mean, you would take it off the market. But usable bank notes are notes that's still in circulation, and if you took it to the market lady or man will receive it because they can use it. You will use the bank note. If I receive it from you, and I can go and buy wholesale, they will receive it from me. The wholesaler can come to the bank and exchange it. The note is usable. But if they will refuse to hold it, then it's not usable. It's mutilated. And we have had bank notes that have been mutilated that the market ladies and men refuse to use. They said, no, we're not accepting this bank note. Even notes that are being used, US dollar and all, is being refused not only in Liberia, but in the sub-region. You carry US dollar, small head, they tell you they want big head. So we got to make sure those who traveling now carry the big head because they will carry money they can't use and get stuck. Here, the same thing happening. But America that printed the US dollar, they still using small head, big head, whatever head. They're using it. So if they're using it, I think we can go. And so the next question were measures to stabilize the exchange rate. Well, there are a lot of measures in place. We alluded to one or two, the reserve requirement ratio. I remember during the military regime of Samuel Doe. Some of you are not born, okay, back in 1980. Way back then, in 1980. The reserve requirement ratio, we increased it by 50%. 50%. What does that mean? 50% was too high. In fact, it was the highest in the sub-region. But we increased it to 50% because statistics coming to the bank shows that the commercial banks were not credited. So all the Liberian dollar they're receiving, what are they doing with it? They were not crediting, but they were servicing their customers. Their customer were importers, some of them importers who bring in goods. So how are the importers being serviced? We're talking about 1980 now. They were being serviced because people were taking the note, the money to the market and exchanging it for just any rate to get US dollar to pass on to the clients who are importers to bring in the basic essential commodity. The military government said, no, we'll increase it to 50%. And it came from 22.5% at that time straight to 50%, from 22.5. It was too high, people argue about it, but we had to take some of the money from the banks. Now, how does that work? The 50%. You come in with $1 to deposit in your account, 50 cents will remain with the central bank, and the commercial bank will keep 50 cents. Now, the 50 cents with the central bank is not central bank money. It's not even the commercial bank money, it's depositor money who's doing business with the commercial bank. So the end result, they can draw on that 50% being lodged with us. Why did we lodge it with us? There are a lot of reasons. Our vault catch as Ace at the time then, we're not insured. We're not insured. Do you want to wake up one morning and you find out that the bank you're doing business with has crashed and all the money you got gone? It happened in 1933 when the Wall Street crash. Like I say, you are not born 80s, myself, I'm not born 33. But you can read about it. You can read about it. The crash, why did it crash? The market crashed. So you have millionaires that have money invested in stocks and bonds, woke up one morning and got no money. End of the month, the landlord ready to pull them out. So they have to leave their $5 million home, $10 million home, take their bag and end up where? In the street. No money. They agree to 50% to ensure that any unforeseen circumstance like a bank is falling up, that 50% is like a cushion that the depositor will get something when we go through the liquidation process because the money was not insured. Now we got one or two banks that are insuring vault catch. Okay, and we're trying to encourage other banks. But the problem with insuring the vault cash basically is that they can't do it on their own. The insurance company we got here would prefer Liberian insurance companies. They can't do it on their own because they don't have that volume, the kind of money needed to do it. So they need reinsurer. And to get reinsurer, you got to get it from abroad. So they have been approaching different reinsurers, and these people telling them no. The one or two that we got on board that doing it now, one of them involved because they have parent banks abroad. They're just like a branch bank here. So that parent branch doing it, they insuring deposit of funds. So they just hook up with the same arrangement and ensuring those who depositing with them in Liberia that their fund is secure. Another measure we can use besides the reserve requirement ratio is the bonds. And we intend to continue selling bonds. Okay? The question I expected from this audience when it came to the bond is what happened in 1981. Again, you were not born, so you didn't ask that question. 1981, the military government issued what was called the National Savings Bond. And the National Savings Bond, we said you were around it. The National Savings Bond at that time was something like $42 million, Liberian dollars. Small money. $42 million. Till today, 2019, the government has not redeemed the National Savings Bond. They haven't paid those who bought bonds. And who were these people? These people were civil servants, most of them, working with the government, some of them making $40, $50, $90, $200, and they were asked to pay. Not directly come and pay, but government couldn't pay the payroll. payroll went in arrears for about 5-6 months. Will you continue for payroll to just go in arrears 5, 6, 7, 8 months? Now, if you pay the man for a year, then you know the government will have to be changed because the people will take to the street. People will take to the street. Okay? But successive government came and nobody talked about paying the National Savings Bond. Since we took over, I have announced, even to the public, that the National Savings Bond that was issued in 1981 will be paid. Most of the people are dead. Children living. Then the record in the bank will trace which ministry they work for, which agency they work for, and we will identify with them because the address will be there. Those days we were using line phone. Their phone number will be there. We'll go to telecom. We will trace them and give their money back to their family. We'll give it back. It's their money. They work for it. It's their salary money. The children's school fee got to be paid. So the bond will continue. Now the last question came about the record measure designs the saving bond. Again, I will call my able technician. Mr. Bounce? I will come back to you. Mr. Bounce, you can't tell me what to do. Oh, thank you. Okay. Mr. Bounce, please come. You talk about records. The technician, they prepare everything and bring it upstairs to the governors. So after he explained, I can just tap on it.
All right, thank you, Governor. Thank you. Well, first, let me tell you the reason why the CBO bill is being issued. The reasoning is twofold. One, to encourage people to take the money from under their mattresses and bring it into the banking sector. The second reason is to encourage Liberians to learn the culture of savings. We often hear a Liberian man will say, oh, I'm poor. Why are you poor? Because of the bad habits. You know, we don't believe in tomorrow. And therefore, we live for today. That means we consume everything that gets in our hand. But the CBO bill is there, like I said, to encourage you to learn how to put something away for a rainy day. Now, the attraction of the bond is that the CBO bill offers 7% interest per annum. And it has a coupon payment, a semi-annual coupon payment. That is, you get paid your interest twice a year. But what is the good thing about the bond? The good thing is that the bond is indexed. Now, what is indexation? Basically what we are doing, we are saying, look, we live in a time where you have exchange rate volatility. Meaning there are uncertainty, you don't know. There are uncertainty, you don't know where the exchange rate is going to be tomorrow. Therefore, if you were to buy into the CBO bill today, which is priced as 10,000 Liberian dollars, a year from now, the rate may jump from 160. By the way, the rate on the bond is 160 Liberian dollars. A year from now, the rate may go from 160 to 200. What happens to your investment? What we're trying to do is to secure your investment so that the value of your 10,000 will not be eroded. Now, how do we do that? Well, if you were to buy into the bond today, what we will do, we'll take the exchange rate as time T, which is today, which is the 160, and divide it into your minimum investment, which is 10,000. That gives you the US equivalent of 6250. A year from now, if the rate jumps from 160 to 200, at maturity, we will pay you 6250 times 200. That means instead of your 10,000, your 10,000 now becomes 12,500 plus your 7% interest, which gives you another 1,875. So in total, your return on your investment, you will be earning 3,375 as opposed to the 700, and that equates to 34% on your investment. That's something you cannot get anywhere.
So in short, I encourage all of you who are here that this is good for all of us, because when we learn to put something away, we are the ones who are going to build this country. Investment or saving is a behavior that you have to learn. When you learn, when the fever of saving has grabbed you, you will be thinking about your child when you go to the market. Just like you go down Waterside, you say, oh, I saw this beautiful dress, let me buy it for my little daughter. So once you learn how to save, you will start thinking about that your little daughter and your grandchild. And that's how we change the story when people say, oh, I'm from a poor family. Let's begin to change the story. And our power is with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we're having a dialogue, not a press conference. And I come back to this statement because I'm inspired by this round of questioning. I'm inspired by the round of questioning I heard from some of the senior journalists. You can see the difference between the experienced veterans and the young journalists. They raised the bar of Liberian journalism in this conference, in the dialogue. And they asked sobering questions. It gave me the emotion to feel that a corner is being turned. That men and women care more about their country than about their politics. That the fixing of this country is not dependent just on those in power. Citizens have the ultimate responsibility to contribute to national transformation. The questions I heard. I think it's something. Oh, it's going over. Yeah. And the questioning, the round of questioning, elements of patriotism pregnant in those questioning. And so I hope we will use this moment in responding to you, in enhancing this dialogue, to drive one point home that this president, this government will deliver. The vexing challenges of this country that we've not been able to solve, we will solve them. We will not allow those challenges to defy us. All of us, not just the government, you sitting here. You sitting here. And let's conclude, let me pivot on this thing about the bond that we're talking a lot about. The bond. If all of us are concerned about ending inflation, the simplest solution is for the majority of Liberians to subscribe, those who have Liberian dollars today in their account, to invest in the bond. All of us here, 50 Liberian dollars, 200 Liberian dollars, 10,000, 100 million, whatever you have, let's invest in the bond from today. So the marketing that Philip Brown talked about, or whoever talked about that, what are you doing to market? This is the beginning of that marketing. So the criticism is, yes, maybe we haven't been too aggressive in marketing. The dawn of that aggressive marketing starts now. Let us take the bond from 700 million to 5 billion. Let that message say the Liberian people are ready to change their country. Because if 5 billion goes into the bank, you stabilize the rate immediately. So government officials who have Liberian dollar in bank accounts, invest it today. Imams who have Liberian dollar in bank accounts or outside, invest it. Pastors, journalists, paper writers, under the sound of my voice, let there be an army of men and women going to the central bank saying, we care about inflation, about rising prices. This is the lowest common denominator. Let's put our money back in the bank. And the bank will rise up to that challenge. We improve safeguards and the confidence in the banking sector. But that is the immediate low-hanging fruit we have while we walk towards the national transformation of our growth sectors. Who is going to take that challenge? Let me see the Albert Poets of the world. Who will stand up for their country? Who will say, I will? Who journalists will say, I'm going to invest? That is the consequence of this dialogue that we're having. And so we get the message clear. And maybe we're not communicating better. That's fine. We can take our fair share of the beating. Maybe there's been message dissonance
too many people saying different things, that's fine. We take the responsibility. The ultimate charge of a leader is not to affect blame. It's to rise to the challenge and solve the problem. The president has risen to the challenge. This is why he ran for office. And this is why we're going to bend this arc of national transformation in fixing the problem. Investment, 350 million. I said that earlier. Hummingbird, 250 million investment. The mining sector, Sino County, produced 3,500 jobs. Golden Sifka, an oil pump development in agriculture, Maryland County, 700 jobs. VAPCO postal lockbox infrastructure, 100 jobs, $1 million investment. Liberian traffic management system, 500 jobs, 40 million investment. Futa Corporation, 700 jobs, US 25 million investment. Net total jobs, 5,500. Is this where we want to go as a country? Is that it? No. To get more than this, to get triple, quadruple this, you need to change your business environment. Your headlines have to say you care about your country. You cannot demonize those in power. That's the ultimate responsibility also we have. Because these jobs are going to Liberians who deserve better. It also means that we need to take care of these investments so that people have access to the land that we grant them. The Sami Davis of the world, the Golden Beryllium of the world, the Maryland oil palm of the world. These people should have produced 100,000 jobs today. We need to address them so that those 100,000 jobs can also come in line so that our medium-term growth can get enhanced. Investments we're working on, Firestone, Star Cement, which will produce around a 500 cement grading plant with an installed capacity of 60,000 per ton. As I said that earlier, we're going to phase 2. And we're working on interesting developments between the Guinean and Liberian mining corridor. This is going to be the future of mining. The Guineans will use our rail to export their ore. It makes economic sense. To take that all the way through to Conakry is billions of dollars. It's not cost efficient. The returns are low. We can leverage that opportunity to change the future of this country. We're exploring all of those. But we have to commit to our country that as the government is working to improve the business climate, to change legislation in ensuring that judges are supported so that cases move faster, so that people have the confidence that when they put their money into Liberia, things turn around faster, we all have a responsibility. Another map-up? A map-up is to take something out. The bond is a map-up mechanism. So when we invest in the bond, we take a Liberian dollar from our pockets or from on our mattresses and give it to the bank, commercial banks. So that's a map-up mechanism. So the question is, yes, the instruments we have are map-up instruments. We are trying to take liquidity Liberian dollar outside the banks. Even liquidity, even Liberian dollar liquidity. So if somebody here has 30 million Liberian dollars sitting in a bank, I would say turn that $30 million into the bond. Because you know what? That means in 1 year you get more money, but it also means that you're not able to go to that bank physically now if you invested and take that money out and give it to somebody in the economy. So even if the money is inside the bank already, tie it into a bond. So it holds it up for 1 year, you get more return, but you prevent the liquidity from leaving and going outside. You contribute to. So those who already have money in the bank, turn that into bond investment. After this, we'll look at and see how many people. There will be an aggressive campaign on this bond, on treasury bill, all these instruments. This is the only instrument we have. Yes, changing the currency. Even changing the currency, it takes you 1 year, but it still brings you back to this point if all of the new money will still go outside the bank. So let's say that. It buys us 1 year, it buys us 2 years. But eventually, if Liberians and the mechanism to take money outside the bank, we will still get to this equilibrium where you change the new money and it still goes out 2 years later and we're still back to the same way. The fundamental solution is to change our habit to become investors. Somebody said that. The Kenyans are doing that. Somebody said, you know, notice the difference between you Liberians and the Kenyans. The Kenyans are not building houses. They are investing in financial markets. You Liberians are building structures too early. So the Kenyans will reach 60, 65 years, then they put the structure down. They would have earned so much return in the financial sector. That's a key, that's an important distinction, a difference. So maybe the culture of saving and investment can help us as we grow our economy. Illegal mining, we need to do that. We need to stop that. I agree with you. The revenue position cannot go to the next level if the leakages persist. So I agree. Aggressive enforcement on border, on looking at all our artisanal, because we're losing a lot. This is the regime that we're going to put in place. As we do the fiscal adjustment, there's going to be a big push. It's easier to cut expenditure because that's the lowest hanging fruit you have. You just cut. It's more difficult to generate the revenue, so we need to put commensurate effort, enormous effort in raising that. And I'm glad that we have somebody like Thomas Go now as the head of the Revenue Authority who will continue that effort. 17 million? Yes, the 17 million mop up, but 17 you'll see confusion at 25 million. The president announced 25 million. 25 million was never used. So let's stop even talking about 25 million. Why? I mean, just simple as that. The fact is that only 17 million, and even the 17 million was not all used. Only 15 million was used outside. 2 million was given to total. So let's say 15 million mop up. That doesn't take anything from us. And 2.3 billion came from outside because of that 15 million. So it's not a one-way transaction, it was an exchange. I called Kevin Fowler, I said, go and change $100 US for me, Kevin. Kevin goes out and brings back 15,000 Liberian dollars to me. And somebody comes to me and says, oh, you know what? Kevin took the money from your sister, he didn't change it at the supermarket. I have my 15,000. So we can have the conversation about where Kevin took the money, but the reality is that I had my 15,000. That's what the map-up was about. Money came into the bank, fully accounted for. So, what instruments? Do we have the bond? We have treasury instruments. We have liquidity management instrument to control how much Liberian dollar goes out there. We pay Liberian dollar, we pay Liberian. So the way we're going with the budget now is that we're going to collapse basic salary and general allowance. So that's going to have some impact because it means people are going to have one salary now. And we have an 80% US dollar, 20% ratio. The fiscal authorities are determining the optimal combination. Since we have a dual currency regime, which is complex, what is the optimal amount of Liberian dollars that should be allowed to go out monthly? The whole economy, every time you draw down Liberian dollar, it comes outside. That has an impact on inflation. So we don't want to be in a position to say we are controlling how you're writing your checks. But the government is going to be in a position where it sees that flow totally and derive optimal policy from that. So it means that there are certain payments that we'll not be able to do in Liberian dollar at a certain time based on that clarity. Or that we take Liberian dollar and create certificates and instruments so those Liberian dollar move around without distorting. So one of the things that we want to do is to ensure that in the new budget, entities receive the money in the fastest possible time. Monies come to the consolidated daily. Requests that come to the consolidated are more than the money that's in the consolidated. So naturally, there is some delay. Even if you do the best liquidity management, if all the government entities ask for their money at the same time, you're not going to service that. Can we use the banking system and create short-term liquidity in Liberian dollar? EcoBank gave me 500 million Liberian dollar, and I service those obligations, but that those things go back to EcoBank in the cycle, those instruments are going to be applied. All kinds of creative, because we have to think outside the box. In the last 10 years, we had free money. People, we did no thinking. We wouldn't fought war and oil to come here. That was not economic policy. That was military policy, martial policy. We fought war, so oil came and brought the money. We depended on that money for our economy. Iron ore price was high. We didn't do much. That's the global market force. So we depended on that iron ore price. It collapsed. We are now at a point where we are at the barest structure of our economy, left on our own devices. The economy we built here today will never collapse in the next several years on the judgment that we are, because it will be based on sound economic fundamentals. This is transformation that we're going through. Mr. Brown, you asked the most critical question in this round. And I thank you for those. Actuality, versus reality. That's who we are. We're not honest to ourselves. Our revenue says we are 500. We say we will spend 600 million. You clearly know that you're not honest, right? But that's the culture of the politics. We're going to change that. We need to bring our budget to our actuality. So I agree with the journalist when he says that. Because that sends all kinds of headlines about you. People already know your revenue potential. It's public information. They know it. They can see the graph here, all the graphs we've seen. Everybody can look at like your revenue potential and see it from 2015 to see that you've been around 500, 450. When you pass a budget of 600, they say okay, we know, I mean, this is public knowledge. We know how much you're capable of making. Why are you passing a budget of 600 million when you don't have that capacity, as shown by the data? So let's adjust the fundamentals. Simple as that. So you're right on that. Political backlash? Yes. There will be political backlash. Paul Kagame, when he took power, he made some tough decisions. And today Rwanda is growing because of those tough decisions. I mentioned Ghana earlier. Countries should not be afraid to take this tough decision that will bring growth. So we'll try to manage as much as possible to mitigate, but you journalists also can help. Civil society organizations can help, because this is the credibility we're all calling for. When we move to the path of credibility, then you cannot criticize the government for moving again to the path of credibility. Then that's a double standard. So let's embrace the tough choice to work with our people that the better times are coming, because use examples of Rwanda. I took this same path. This is where we're going to go. The World Bank, the IMF will provide more resources. Anybody, investors will have more confidence in this country if you demonstrate this credibility. If you're not deceiving yourself that your revenue is 400 and you're passing budget for 600, you're not going to. Nobody's going to take you serious. If you show the adjustment, and over 3 years you come out of that cycle, you can attract more private capital. If you show the discipline, for example, that we have to show, such that we have a road fund and we need to commit money to that road fund, but because we have a pressure and we take money from the road fund and go and pay something else, we undermine the road fund. This is what the partners are telling us. So what we are going to do now to say, okay, the adjustment means that let us put the money in the road fund and not deprive that road fund because we face a pressure somewhere else. That's not credibility. So let the road fund be used to attract more private money. This is where we're going to go. This is the meaning of discipline. Discipline means we're killing ourselves. It means we're adjusting within our means so that we grow later on. So the fund, when we demonstrate all of these measures, okay, we are definitely attracting. Everybody likes success. When people start talking about Liberia fiscal discipline, and look, the president, the government officials will be on panels all over. People will be talking about the Liberia fiscal success story. Everybody likes to identify with success. I'm telling you, just watch it the next 2 years. When we demonstrate this success, there will be more resources coming in this country. Because we would have dispelled the notion that we are reckless, we are indisciplined, we don't care about fiscal prudence, we don't care about fighting corruption. We would have proven that wrong in the next 2-3 years, and then we'll come out strong with more resources for agriculture, more investment with pro here, because it is only through private investment that will change this country. It's not through government trying to hire everybody in the world. No, it's not possible. So the compact payroll harmonization, yes, means a driver making 300, another driver making 1,200. Well, in the same country. Is fair? Where's equity? You say, who comes to who love equity? Come with clean hair, what? What do you call it? We come with clean hair, right? How is that? An assistant director makes more than a director in the same budget. I sat down with the technicians from CSA the other day. The technicians from people who've been working on this exercise for years. And I saw the confidence and minister what we have seen here. It's unimaginable that we allowed this to happen. The thing we can see in the numbers. I mean, the stories they are telling me, I'm like, wow. Gentlemen, this is transformation. I mean, they're confident we will fix this thing. It's going to be tough. But harmonization implies some cut, because if you put in people at every level, that's that. Let's be fair. But somebody made a fundamental question. Minister said, look, you're Minister of Finance. You're not responsible to 70,000 civil servants. The president is not responsible to the people who work in the government. The president is responsible to the people who are unemployed in Bakulu. He is responsible to the people who are unemployed in Fusabu.
in Matuke. Those are the people he should worry about who do not earn any paycheck from a government or from an NGO or from a private sector. When those people rise up, he is in trouble. Let him not mind the people who are getting a paycheck and you take the cut. Worry about the people who got nothing. That's what fiscal adjustment means. This is a new consensus in party politics that we're going to. And so as we're close here. The compact we leave here with is a new Liberian spirit. Journalists, you have a responsibility. Journalists, you have a responsibility. The Springs meeting, yes. More resources, of course. More resources will come from the World Bank. I mean, we go to an IMF program, IMF supporting us with all of their adjustments. You can definitely assure more budget support. I'm telling you, we are working on a number. For example, I want to throw numbers out there. Nothing is confirmed. But we demonstrate all of this thing. We talk about World Bank budgets of over 20 million, 40 million. We can even go to 100 million in budgets over. Because of the credibility, how we close this budget and how we frame the next budget, we get more resources. It's either we do well on the road fund, we can get a lot of resources from the World Bank for the President's Road Corridor. So the sky is the limit for the possibilities that we can have as a government and as a people. But let us follow the procurement rules. Let us follow the governance norms. Let us, as a government and as a people, fight corruption together. Where you see corruption, expose it. Whether it's wherever, in the process, wherever. I mean, look, people have come to me and say, well, you know, when investors come, people, I tell you, to bring the name of the person who asked you. But people don't like to do that. So I don't understand. So if you're complaining about somebody and say, call the person name, you don't call the person name, you're also not fighting. We need to open phone lines. This is our country, people. Let's fix it. We will succeed. The president will succeed. No question. He's succeeding. Look what he's done in road infrastructure. Look at places like Pipeline. The other day I saw the pictures on Facebook. Tears came to my eye. For decades, the roads, people could not pass Pipeline Road. All these places. You know what you do when children go into school, and because the roads are bad and the mud splashes on them on paper, they have. That's depressing living standard. It is not going to happen in the next several years on the Joshua because he paved those roads. That's higher standard of living. That's progress. But he was able to do so under constrained circumstances. Imagine how much more can he do when we do this fiscal adjustment, we get more resources, we all will live in this country and see a new Liberia. The possibilities are mammoth. I thank you. Baku, you strong. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen of the media, I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks. I want to thank specifically our senior Brother Philip Wisa. But let me add quickly in closing that I will use many of you, the reporters here, as my witness. We got standing ovation for the march. You were here. I was supposed to bus all of you to the free port so that you can interact with the manager of the port. I spoke extensively about the march. I also spoke about the executive order which I was here. I also spoke about the IPD. The records are there. Week before the last Thursday, right? We had our little thing here. Now let's go to the issue with the Guinea rail system that's supposed to pass through our country. When the president came from Senegal, we talked about it right here. We went ahead and talked about the traffic management team. We displayed the cars and everything to the reporters. But guess what happened? On all of the occasions, as we were doing it right in this room, someone was reporting about how Kalasco had posted a fake picture of the road. When we just talked about the IPD and the marriage, you, the reporters, were here, right? The next day, what we heard on reporting about, 2 snakes at the executive mansion. Dr. Kennedy came here. We've been posting and bragging about 18, 19 doctors sent out of the country to specialize in return. You guys are the witnesses. But what do we hear about? You know, Gina, let me be honest with you. You're right when you say there's a difference between talking and communicating and presenting information. Every Thursday we present information here to be consumed by the Liberian people. However, there is a difference between the journalists and a political commentator or a political pundit. So when we wake up in the morning and choose to listen to the radios, we're listening to opinions expressed by political commentators as opposed to the actual reportage that we have here on Thursdays. Unfortunately, government does not have the capacity to disseminate every bit of information, so we count on our partners in the media. We have not done enough to reach out to our friends in the media. The truth of the matter is, look here, I could only provide water for the platform guests. I feel very bad that I don't have a $650 refrigerator over there with water in there. Yeah, I see all the seniors. I'm glad you recognize that. But if we ourselves are not capacitated, how can we capacitate you? However, okay, I leave the whole thing, the voter things. My boss says, I turn over. Protocol demands. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. Everybody, let's go.